Beautiful ones, they hurt you every time. Oh wait, no, Tina Turner. It's gotta be a tribute to Tina Turner. I'm your private dancer, a dancer for money. Do y'all know that song? Y'all didn't know that song? Mistaken knows it because she was born during that time. I was talking about the younger ones. Most people don't remember that song. But anyway, rest in peace, Tina Turner. I just wanted to do that. Happy Friday, Memorial Day weekend. Turn up, turn up. Mine will start tomorrow. Because obviously I'm here turning up with you today. So let me introduce our panelists for now, because we know people like to creep on in. We have Mistaken, Coach K, Enas, and my name is Shan Monet, formerly known as Shantae, and this is a Chic critique. Somebody just knocked at my door. Hold on for a second. Hi, y'all, though. You can talk. You can take yourself off mute.
Hello, hello, ladies.
Hey, how's everybody doing?
Good. How are you guys?
Do you guys have any big plans this weekend?
Family stuff, but that's about it.
Oh,
well,
you guys? Family stuff is fun, right? Barbecue. Yeah.
Anyone else?
Doing my first hike of the year this weekend.
What goes into that?
I was about to say something real crazy. Never mind.
It's been pretty cold out here, so hiking has not been too fun. But this weekend's supposed to be finally warm, so I'll get to enjoy that this weekend.
Interesting. Oh, it's still cold there.
Mm-hmm.
Well, it's been kind of cool here too. It goes off and on. It's like so weird here. It's like, come on now. It's May, end of May. It's June. Where's this breeze coming from? Even though I enjoy the breeze, it's getting a little too,
Well, it's been in like the 80s this week.
At night, this week, but last week
it was in the 70s.
No, it got nippy outside at one point.
In the evening, it did. Yeah,
at night. It shouldn't be doing any of that.
Yeah, it is.
We're in the South.
Yeah, Florida was definitely cooler, but I'm not used to that. I mean, going this early in the year, and even in Ohio, it's nice right now. It's like perfect.
Tonight I wanted to talk about, I hear men saying that, black men don't cheat. I don't think black women cheat. And I can put white women in there too, since we have one of these. So women don't cheat. They just exercise their options. Isn't that what everybody just exercises their options? So we're gonna go into a little bit later. We're gonna have icebreaker, but a little bit later we're gonna talk about, is it really cheating if you're technically single? If you're not married, is it cheating? Because majority are not married. Like in our race, majority aren't married. So are they really cheating? So we're gonna go into that. But until then, so I thought, like I was talking about Mistaken, it's almost summer. So we're gonna talk about hot girl summer type of things. And the first thing that came to mind, you know what, before we get into the hot girl summer, the first thing that came to mind was the second thing. Well, did everybody see Derek Jackson's wife? The podcast. So if you did not have an opportunity to see Derek Jackson, I didn't get to see the whole thing, but I did see a snippet. And one of the things that she spoke about, she was on Dear Future Wifey, which is one of my favorite podcasts, along with Lapeef. She was talking about how she actually would study the side chick having intimate encounters with her husband so that it can improve her sex life with her husband. Am I right about that?
Mm-hmm.
Interesting. I wonder, did he give her the tapes, or did she state whether or not she gives her the tapes, or she just found them? Because sometimes women will go through that phone and find things and just don't say anything about it. Did she ever mention how did she get have access to the tapes? She never mentioned. No. So we don't know and I doubt that he just like, oh, here's a tape. She probably just came across it in his phone, right? I would assume.
Or it was sent to her. We know how some of these side chicks are, right? Mm-hmm. So somebody could have easily been like, well, here is the proof that I've been with your man.
And then she's like, he did.
I just cannot.
I think it can be any of those reasons, though. Because if a side chick could have sent something, she could have been going through his stuff to confirm what she already knew. Or he's been doing it for so long that she already knew that he didn't care. So it wasn't an issue of him needing to hide it or whatever, and just had, access to it.
That's an important question, because if he's gotten to the point where he just doesn't care, he's like sliding you the tape, it's kind of gone, because they will lie about cheating until you show up and you see them, and then they still gonna lie. So I don't. That's weird to me.
What is that saying? Something like, what is you don't have to understand something that's already understood. So it could have been a situation like that, like, hearing bits and pieces from what people said, that like when they were in college, she was kind of the side chick. She was trying to study him and, look at the women that he had dealt with and things like that, and try to, become like them. So in that regard, I mean, you keep them the way you get them. So if she was the side chick going in, to have the expectation.
Really the side chick, though, if you're single, like, we're going to talk about this later. So, something's got to, it's fair game. But okay, but we'll talk about that later. That's for later. But for now, she's the wife. She sees a tape, however it's presented. Okay, we're just hoping it's not presented by him. But however it's presented, and she's looking at it, she's like, dang. And she's like, oh, he likes it like that. And da 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 da. Weird. I mean, it's not weird. I get it. But I don't know how to feel about that.
I need to know how everyone else feels, because I know how I feel, but Would you go ahead and
tell us how you feel, Coach K?
I mean, just, I guess, covering their entire relationship. I don't know, because I'm also trying to find understanding and not like psychoanalyze her, but putting myself in her shoes, I cannot fathom. And also too, getting, I guess, because I don't know the whole story, but I've heard some of it. And I guess like over time, you just get like used to it, and then you can accept and tolerate more level or higher levels of like that. You can see that video and be okay. Like the cheating, like if I found out my husband was with another woman, I cannot even imagine, but he was doing that. But I know we don't really want to go into it, but I just don't know how to feel about it.
I have something to say about that, but I'll let Mistaken and Inaz go, because because if you go into the psyche of her, I have my idea of what may have taken place, what I think. Now, what took place, I don't know, but what I think. But go ahead, Mistaken and Inaz.
I think it got to a point where she wanted to win. That's which we had kind of touched on this before in a few podcasts, where I said that when you are married, like for me, I should never feel like I'm in competition with other women in a marriage. Now, that's not to say that I shouldn't do my part as a wife, you know what I'm saying? But I should never feel like I'm still competing for your love, for your affection, for your attention in regards to other women. So I think she reverted back to what she did in the beginning to get him, trying to compare herself to the other women and then do what they do or try to top it in order to keep him with her. Like, if I do this like her, then he'll like me the way that he likes her. So I think that was kind of the mode in which she was operating from. That's my opinion with that. Go ahead, Inaz.
So I see this totally differently, right? I think that like if we zoom out of this particular thing, she did what she was supposed to. She studied her man, she studied his likes, his dislikes, and she acted accordingly, right? I think where she went wrong was she missed the type of woman that he's into, right? Because when we take a look at these women that have continuously passed up, like she doesn't physically fit the criteria, right? And if somebody has that, because I've spoken on this so many times, the difference between a type and a preference, he is a type. And if she understood, like, hey, I don't fit into this type, let me just go find somebody whose type I do fit into, or somebody who doesn't have a type and is okay with preferences, and mimic the same behavior that she did, she would have been fine. But what she did was she picked a man who has a very distinct type, did all of the right things for the wrong person, and like has to take some accountability on her part, right? And I know, like, we don't really like to talk about this, but like she did really shoot herself in the foot in that sense, right?
What was his type? I didn't see other people that he had dealt with.
Instagram model, right? The
Okay.
BBL look, you know, the hourglass figure, the, you know, a particular skin tone, like all of the women that he's cheated with all look very similar and all look very different than her, right? And those types don't really come out of nowhere. Like those are, you know, they follow men who and women who have a type. And so, like, that being said, at no point did she stop and think like, okay, I'm not his type. I don't fit into his ideal, right? But in terms of everything else she did of studying him, studying what he likes, studying what he doesn't like, yes, studying his cheating sex tapes is extreme, right? It is extreme, but the behavior itself is still technically what you're supposed to be doing as a wife. You're supposed to understand what it is that your man likes and cater to him as long as there's a level of reciprocity. It's just like the big red flag that she missed, that like I just don't fit into that.
So, because I didn't watch it, I have a question before I speak on it. So, what you're saying is she mentioned before she met him that she would study him, and that's how she got him.
I didn't hear her say that, but I like watching other people who were commenting on that said that was what it was. So I'm not going directly be hearing from something that she specifically stated. It was what other people who were commenting on that video was stating.
Because then that goes back to I said our argument when the guys are here. They say there's a woman that you date, and then there's a woman that you wife, and so it sounds like she was because he married her. This is not a girl, his girlfriend that he lost his girlfriend. This is a woman that he took an oath and he gave her his last name. So he married her amongst all the other women. That's who he married. He could have easily gone to the big booty chick then, because they were big booty chicks anyway, I'm not gonna put my school out there like that, but we're so beautiful women. Anyway, but that's what he chose to marry. But I get what you're saying, Inaz. I'm not gonna knock that because his preference is gonna always be his preference. So even if she got him, that's what you're saying. Can she keep him?
Here's the other like part of that, right? Like we talk about marriage, and like here's, I guess, like the caveat that makes things more complicated, right? There are men out there that will do their obligations whether they like it or not. And that is a good thing when it works, and it is like a horrific thing when it doesn't, right? So the rumors are, and I haven't been able to substantiate this, was that there was a pregnancy or pregnancy scare that convinced him to marry her.
I heard that too.
So he was fulfilling his obligations, and not necessarily he actually chose her. And I think like we've had this conversation all the time, right? Like when you marry the woman that you love versus the woman that you're obligated to, what that winds up looking like. So I think this is an unfortunate example of that.
So we may have to revisit that one of these days, because this is a good example of that exact what we spoke about, that always win, that hearts, that preference, that it always comes. That's how most cheating takes place. Wait, what? We done went down to 3. Oh Lord, she done left us, but until then, I shall be in the middle.
Also, I was going to add to his business
That's
image
sandwich.
and what he
Two white skins.
teaches.
Oh, maybe I should put Inaz in the middle because she looks like what me and you make together. I'm sorry, y'all. I'm on one. Okay, so listen.
That's pretty good.
But that is so interesting to me. But there's, you know, I get that. You have to. The crazy thing about it was when Miss Seiki was talking, I thought along that line too. It's kind of like, okay, what it sounded like to me, but I didn't watch this. What you're saying, Enos, makes perfect sense. But what I originally thought was, here's a guy who, you know, sometimes when guys get fame, they start to get the women that they would have chosen had they had an opportunity. Now these women are in your face because you have a platform. They associate that with money, so to speak. So you have access to more women that you may not have had access to before. But he's a nice looking guy. So I'm pretty sure I don't know how tall he is, but he's a nice looking guy. And so what has happened is now these women have made themselves available to him. And now there's competition. So she's like, oh my God, like competitive mode, like I gotta win him back. I gotta get my husband. And so then she goes to research these things. And now, like Mistaken said, it's like, listen, I can't lose my man to these women, but it's so much bigger than her. Like, you gotta remember when she married him, social media probably didn't even popping like that. Like, this culture has changed tremendously since they probably got married. I mean, just think about 10 years ago, people weren't just out here giving out cookie, like, you know, free of charge. And the kids, like,
weren't
you know,
so wait, okay,
you know, they 50
because here's
cents.
the thing, is because like, what's the common rhetoric, right? There's like the single motherhood epidemic.
Okay.
Those kids are all over a decade old. So like really like
okay, so listen. Single mother. So that's just lack of traditional because a lot of single mothers come from relationships. You know what I'm saying? So maybe if we're going to talk about marriage, sure. If you're talking about the covenant of God and you go by the Bible, of course you will want people to be married. But stats have shown that a lot of these kids are produced in cohabitating homes, that they are living together. They're just not married to each other.
But that goes back to what you were mentioning earlier, right? Are we considering relationships that are not marriage single or not? Right?
Oh, for sure. We're going to talk about that today.
Right. So legally, they're single.
And legally, they are single, but you cannot. So you can't compare a person who is in a long-term relationship who gets knocked up by a person who's out here thotting and bopping. Because a lot of people who are thotting and bopping don't have kids. That's why they out going from household to household because they don't have anybody at home they have to tend to. They're in abortion clinics. They're doing all these things to not show a trace. But yet they got their legs wide open, probably right now as we speak. So that's not, it's going to be hard to pinpoint that. A lot of hoes ain't got kids.
And people are having sex later too.
They just know how to hoe undercover. Undercover.
I'm just thinking about how exhausting though it must have been to, I mean, I'm going to give her, she has to own that, but I mean, she has a choice at the end of the day, you know, what happens, what she does and what happens in her marriage, but just having to, you know, measure up to whatever this is, like, am I doing, you know, enough here or there, and always looking outside of you. It's like he really didn't, well, and we already talked about the pregnancy a little bit, but, you know, if that was the reason they got married, but I mean, she probably couldn't be herself. I mean, because obviously if she wasn't his type.
To that point, I think that is actually the biggest issue. I think when she met him, if it was in college, you know, I don't know what year, freshman year, whatever, but we talk a lot about men needing time to develop and find out who they are and what they are before they get in a marriage or long-term relationship or what have you. But we don't give women the same grace in the sense that we say, well, they need to hurry up and get married when they're young because that's when they're the most marketable, they're the most malleable. We groom them; they're easy to groom, and so the easier to groom part is because you have a lack of who you are, right? You don't know who you are yet, so you have a limited mindset in terms of what your standards are going to be, what your boundaries are to some degree. So I think in that situation, for her, she had her eyes set on who she wanted. And to Anah's point, because she didn't have a sense of who she was trying to be everything that she saw him with and didn't measure up because that wasn't his type. But she didn't have the ability to even recognize that because her goal was just to win. But if she had had a better sense of who she was, I don't even think that she would have even like kind of approached in that regard, because she would have already saw, or it would have been a more natural where she was just being herself and he happened to be attracted to that.
I think so. I agree, but I think the other part of that is that I think it's kind of a fair expectation that like women grow up a little bit faster, right? Because we have our biological clock, we have body count, we have all of these things where is socially unacceptable for women to conduct themselves in, right? I guess like my thing is, even if she was young and was not developed and ready to be a wife and was not sure of herself, then where were the adults? Like, where were the adults to be like, listen, sweetheart, like you're moving a little funny. I don't think this is going to work. That, I don't, you know what I mean? Like, where was her father, his family?
If she was in college, in a way at college,
nope, doesn't matter, right? Because at some point there needed to like, there was a conversation of, hey, we're getting married, right? And at some point there was a, let's meet him. And at some point there was like, sweetheart, you're not really being yourself in this situation. What are we doing? Right? Like, if the adults were more involved, what happened to that conversation? Was it ever even had? Was there anybody that gave her instruction? And even if it wasn't parents, where was a mentor? Where was a teacher? Where was a girlfriend who was like, girl, what are we doing? This man likes the idea of you. He doesn't actually like you, right? Like,
but do women? So that's so hard to assess though, because if he's
at 18, like I'm just thinking about myself at 18 when I met my husband, my freshman year in college. I think you're speaking, Inaz, from a hindsight point because you're older. At 18, your mind isn't even processing things like that. So I think about myself at 18. I met my husband. I was like, "Ooh, he fine," right? That was my level of like wanting to my level of approach, and then having conversation. It was like in my mind, it was deep conversation. But in hindsight, thinking about it now, I'm like, that shit wasn't deep. It was just stuff that I just didn't know, and it sounded good, right?
So taken, like, here's exactly what I'm getting at, right? Because like I get your perspective, because when I was gearing up to get engaged and I had that conversation with my parents of like, listen, there's a dude, I really like him, this is what we're planning on doing. The first thing my father said to me was like, listen, all of the faults this man has, they're not going anywhere. Like, if he never changes, are you okay with that? Right? Like, immediately he went into like, listen, let's look at every possible worst case scenario. Are you cool with this before you jump into this? Right? Like, he was the adult.
How old were you?
I was a little bit older, but I don't think that would have changed the nature of his conversation with me.
Yeah, I don't
but that's what I'm getting at, right? Like, where was there somebody who was like, girl, like this is the reality of marriage, right? Are you equipped to really handle this the way that you think you are? Are you in a position to actually do this? Any conversation to be like, hey, here are the red flags. We're waving them. If you haven't seen them, we're waving them for you, right? Like, was there ever at any point anybody who genuinely cared about this woman while she was a young girl to be like, maybe this is something you need to reconsider? I haven't heard anything or seen anything online in regards to that. She hasn't mentioned anything. He hasn't mentioned anything. But like, at some point, like, we talk about community so often, and these are the areas where community is really important. Where was there somebody at that young age to be like, we need to step in and have a conversation if you see didn't make sense at all?
Let me mute.
But what I was going to say is, and again, I'm only speaking this part from my personal experience. So to me, some of this stuff would make sense of how things can happen. I know people be like, oh, no, you capping or making up excuses. I'm speaking from real life experience, so it's not an excuse. I'm just saying whether or not this is how things could potentially happen. So for instance, when I met my husband, before, of course, he became my husband, I was 18. I was a freshman. He was a junior at that point, right? My parents did not meet him. So I was away in college, 8 hours away. So it wasn't like my parents were there. I was having conversations, but I didn't talk to my parents about my boyfriend, who I was dealing with, So conversations in regards to that wasn't happening. By the time my parents met him, we were already dealing with each other for 3 years. And then they met him, I'll say one time while, I was still in college. He had came when we were on like some kind of break. He came to visit one time. They spoke to him a little bit, and then we were off in, the basement watching TV or whatever. So our parents really wasn't like around. So they met him for a few, had a little bit of conversation, and that was it. Then I'm back off to school. Then I moved off campus, right? Had my own apartment or whatever. So I didn't come back home. So until I graduated is when they actually got to meet him. And I was already at that point pregnant, had a child by him. So I'm not saying that was her situation. But what I'm saying is I can see how easy it can happen where you're saying, well, where was the adults? Where was the parents? Where were the conversations around him? It's possibly that they didn't know until she got pregnant. That was my situation. So that's why I say it could happen. It's not so far-fetched.
Yeah, especially, yeah. I can see that. And it depends on where they live, because our school is in Alabama. So I don't know the timeline of all of these events. I'm pretty sure she didn't name it. So and I don't think either of them is from Alabama. So it just depends. Guys, better late than never. Would you guys like to chime in?
See, I'm missing the context of kind of where this conversation came from. My apologies on being late. I had the graduation.
It was a joke. So joking. You already told us why you're gonna be late. I'm joking. But we were talking about Derek Jackson's ex-wife, the video about studying the other chick, and we were just trying to we were just making assumptions about what took place. That's all.
So I watched what's the stream. What's the actual question?
We just wanted to know, what do you guys think about that? We brought up this, what she stated, which was that, she watched the videos of him being intimate with other women, and she studied that, being, just trying to be a better wife to him.
Okay, so there's more to the story. That she's telling her story on the back end, but on her Instagram and on her Facebook, Red Lipstick Vibes had already done given a full recap of a timeline according to her Instagram and her Facebook. So there's a lot more to the story. It's not the first time she's actually studied women. Starting off in college, she wasn't even in his orbit. So what she did in college was study the women he was dating, because keep in mind he was an athlete and she had taken a liking to him. So she studied the women he was dating and basically weaseled her way into his life by mimicking the women that she thought he liked. Then she became the side chick, then exploded, basically exposed him to the main chick so that she could become the main chick. So what she got into, in my opinion, she created. I'm not calling him a victim because I can't stand the dude.
She went after what she wanted.
and she got exactly who he was. Like it was not like there was anything different. It didn't like it popped up on her. She knew who this guy was. So when you become somebody to be with somebody instead of being authentically who you are, don't be surprised when the outcome is exactly what got you that seat at the table.
So, AP, are you saying that she technically is Mystique from X-Men and Derek Jackson is the victim? Because that's what it kind of sounded like.
So I don't want to call him the victim. I want so my issue is I won't call a man a victim because we still choose who we are in the relationship with. But what I will say is she positioned herself to be that lady for him. She ended up getting pregnant, and of course, I mean, we are where we are at this point. But that was kind of by her doing. I can't call him a victim. Shit, he was getting what he wanted at one point, right? I mean,
well, did he lose? You know,
he's a conniving asshole. So I mean, like, I can't say anything positive about the dude.
Oh well, not in that sense, but like,
you know what I'm saying? Like both of them are who they are.
Oh yeah, not from a moral position, but like, I mean, who's a loser in this situation? I guess.
She manipulated her way into his life. He manipulated her while she was in his life, and it is what it is. Like I don't, man, to the hell with them both. She got exactly what she went after.
All right, so what role does pretending to be somebody in a relationship take? Because, like, let's say, for instance, she didn't pretend to be the other women. She pretended to be, let's say it was a man pretending to be a woman. Then would he be a victim? Where do you draw the line at this pretending stuff is my question.
I personally don't believe that I believe that men and women are just different. And so if a guy manipulates a chick, that's all on him because a chick wants to believe. When a chick tries to manipulate a man, it's up to him to sort through the BS. But according to who he is, he got some draws because I mean he's a college athlete. He got himself some draws, got him knocked up, and was like, "Oh damn."
Okay, so
use my method of tying the condom up.
I don't agree with that, AP. Like, I get double standards. They exist for a reason and all of that fun stuff. But like a man manipulating a woman, and it is what it is. Like, we just accept that as game, right? But at the end of the day, like, we place blame on the woman to be like, well, you didn't know better. You should have been able to see through the BS, right? Like, that's the conversation that we have with women. You should have chose better. You should have vetted better. Like, I think that's on both fronts. Like, there's no way to really see it for what it is without an outside neutral party who has your best interest at heart to be like, listen, this is what I see and this is what you're missing on both fronts. I think that's the one situation when people are conning each other where, like, everybody's a loser in that sense. Everybody. Whether you are the person who is being conned, whether you are the person who is conning, like, or whether you're the bystander who's choosing not to say anything. Everybody in that situation is absolutely losing. Like, I don't think that is a situation, at least for me, logically, where the double standard makes sense in any shape, way, or form.
Oh, no, I was just answering Marcus's question. He basically flipped it around. So my thought is the double standard does exist when a man is truly manipulative. If a man did what she did, going in, that's on him. He
They do it all the time.
That's disgusting to me. That is disgusting to me. Like, I just believe that people should be authentically go into every situation, authentically who they are, and let the chips fall or the dice fall how they fall.
Look, let me
just
AP, the dreamer. Welcome to the new world of dating. I didn't even know they did that back then, but if you really hate what they did, you will be sick of the shenanigans that are going on now. People just manipulate each other day in and day out. Like, what?
Also, like, what do we call men that do that in this era? We call them gaslighters, we call them manipulators, we call them predators, we call, like, the stigma around men that do that is super high, right? Like, with women, we just call them competitive, right? But really, like, it's manipulative behavior.
Yes.
Right? We do. Let's be really honest. We give women more of a pass for doing this stuff than we do men. Right?
No.
Hang on. Let me
finish.
Give me a second to land, right? When women do it, we say that they're fitting into his plan. We say that they're like feminine, right? Like they're following his lead. They're women who understand how to be submissive. They can control their nature, right? Like they understand what it is to compete with other women. But when men do it, they're narcissistic, they're predators, they're like F-boys, they're all like, if we're really honest and really neutral about this, women get way more of a pass for manipulating situations in this way than men do.
But let me ask you a question. But don't they want so all of the things that you just named are things that guys want women to do, like, oh, you should be a part of his plan. You should, those are things. But let me finish.
We said pick me. We had that topic about the pick me, and everybody was saying you need to be the pick me if you want to get picked. Even the men. The men were saying pick me's get picked.
Yes.
So
let me just say this: we call them pick me's. But then on the other side, I always say when you're leading with sex, when you are a side chick, all of that is form of manipulation. And when you're luring this guy in for whatever pleasures, to me, that's a form of manipulation. You're trying to bring him into whatever you've got, go lure him in. And I think that we just call it different things. Oh, she's this, she's that. But I see exactly what you're saying, and you're absolutely right. But
hang on one second. So I think, because y'all bring up a really great point, the pick me thing is what women call each other when women step on each other to make themselves more presentable to men. I'm not saying y'all. I'm saying generally when women call each other pick me's, it's literally a woman who's like, well, I don't do that. Well, I think that behavior is disgusting. I think it's literally putting another woman down to be more presentable to a man, right? Like, it's really like, it goes against the sister code. That's pick me behavior. But here's the thing, right? Because men see pick me's differently than women see pick me's. Men see pick me's as women who authentically, and this is like the emphasis, authentically are the woman who is submissive, who's willing to follow his lead, who's willing to pivot when need be, right? Women see pick me as the girl who wants to be like really presentable, of like, hey, I want to be, she has her hand up, she's the kid in class who's like super eager to answer the questions. Women see that nature of like vindictive competitiveness as pick me behavior, right? Like, it's two totally different stories.
Kiss ass
I get that, but differ. And the reason I say that is because the idea, I think for women, at least for me, and y'all can correct me if I'm wrong, in terms of pick me, the pick me behavior is it's the total opposite of being genuine to who you are. It is the whole purpose. Hold on. I said from a woman's perspective, the whole purpose is you are trying to adapt and adjust to that guy likes, basically what she did. Trying to adapt, adjust to what that guy likes, what he wants, trying to study to make sure that you are moving in that direction for the purposes of him choosing you over the other women. So it doesn't mean that the way that she's moving is genuine. It doesn't. It's for the purpose of winning that guy.
Give me a second.
Right.
Just before you say anything, because I want you to address both questions. Because in that case, then why are men promoting you should do this? If she's genuinely not that person, now you're trying to manipulate her into being what you want her to be. You wouldn't be on this platform saying, y'all women need to stop being whores. Y'all women, they may have been born whores. They may have come from a whoredom family. And so you're trying to make them close their legs when they like sex, or you're trying to make them the cook. And she don't like to cook. She likes to be a business lady. That's all manipulation. That's trying to make her conform to, bringing shame into it. While we go back to shaming people, if we're talking about genuine behavior, you wouldn't need shame. You would just let them be who they are, would you not?
All right, perfect. So here's what, I'm going to go backwards. So I'm going to address you, Shannon, and then I'll address what Mistaken said. So from what I hear of men, if you want to be married, then shame and all of X, Y, and Z is what you need to adjust to. If you don't, if you just want cohabitation, you want a long-term relationship, you want to be single for the rest of your life, or you want a man who's willing to do whatever it is that you want to do, continue on as you are, right? That's the rhetoric that men have perpetually been talking about, right?
So you don't hear men shame women for not wanting to be married or for not wanting to have kids.
So I think so the men who are pro-family, genuinely, right? Because there are men out there that do things for clicks. The men who are genuinely pro-family are listen, if you are a woman who is pro-family, if you want these things, right? Because I think the messenger is just as important as the message. You can't just be taking advice from anybody and everybody, because let's be honest, some people give really terrible advice. If you are genuinely interested in somebody who is promoting healthy family dynamics, here are the things that you need to do. They are X, Y, and Z. You need to, guard your chastity. You need to be submissive. You need to be feminine. You need to be, and they will define what that looks like for them with the acknowledgement that looks different for other men, right? Men who are in that realm of healthy dynamics will also say, listen, if you just want to rip and run the streets, have at it. Marriage is just not for you. Cool. No big deal. The men who are out here shaming and gaming and naming, those are the men who have this idea that every woman needs to be desirable to them specifically, right? And every woman needs to fit into that so that they have the illusion of options, right? Again, the messenger is just as important as the message. Those are maybe not men that you want to be listening to, because they just want to exercise their options and not genuinely get married.
Okay. Well, that needed to be said.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm totally cool with that. And I forgot what the Mistaken said. I'm so sorry. I wanted to address it, but I don't know.
I was saying in terms of the behavior of a pick-me. So I just looked it up for Urban Dictionary definition. Says a pick-me is a woman that is willing to do anything for male approval. She will embarrass or throw other women under the bus to achieve this goal. So based on that, that's why there is an issue with other women in regards to pick-me's, because they're not naturally being who they are. They're doing it with a goal in mind, which is to get the guy. That's all I'm saying.
So
what if
sorry.
Or to get the clicks, the views.
Yes, but not just that, right? Like, I think, so the whole doing things for male attention and like male approval goes two ways, whether you're a pick-me or not. There are women who over-sexualize themselves. There are women who do all sorts of things. There are women who are intentionally defiant because there's a certain brand of men that appreciate that, right? Like women in general, like, our nature is to want to appeal to the man that we want, right? Whether it's authentically who we are or we're faking the funk, right? And what's the thing that we hear so often from the time that we were all little? Fake it until you make it, right? Like there's a certain pattern of growth that for some women, you literally have to tell yourself in the world that that's who you are before you like actually get there, right? But with the pick me, and like this is the part that's like super important that a lot of people tend to miss. It's really that nature of putting another woman down in order to elevate yourself that really creates that pick me title. We can have differing opinions.
I can see that. No, I get that.
Because we can have different opinion on things and just be like, listen, like this is just the way I do it. This is the way you do it, and have mutual respect for the fact that we do things differently.
I agree with that, because if we saw a woman who is genuinely, she carries herself a certain way, she never brings it, because you know that's class as well, not having to bring somebody else down to lift yourself up. And we see that she carries herself that way, because I've seen a couple of channels like that, and so you don't really call them pick me. You just feel like they're just
who they are
to do.
Yeah. And not only that, a lot of women to say, I can see why he chose her. When they exude that kind of, you know, vibe, that their character, and that comes through, even though other women want the man, at times they are honest with the fact that I can see exactly why he chose her.
But I think that your question is, the men stand beside the pick me, like they're
So here's the one thing, because I really wanted to address this. The majority of pick-me's in the public sphere, I hope everybody's listening, are not women who are picked. They are single women who are out here championing for the men in a way that is incredibly derogatory towards women. You can authentically be yourself, right? And genuinely believe and like live the rhetoric that some of the men have, and still not have to put down another human being in order to feel right. Because and I want AP and Marcus to jump in on this. Like, how do y'all see, because I know men are not stupid, right? Like, y'all really see like this putting each other down, right? How do y'all perceive that in terms of like vetting for a partner?
AP, you gonna take it first? Go ahead, bro.
Yeah, I don't mind jumping in on that, and that's a very good question. So there's a difference. First, I want to address the pick me. Me personally, I've never used the term, not ever in my life. Never used that term. When I hear the word pick me, I typically think a woman who is working on being a woman, being complete in her femininity, and becoming who she authentically, like pulling out the authentic parts of her womanhood, not changing for a man, but changing for herself to become a wife. That's what I see as a pick me. And typically those women, from what I've seen, those women standards are different. When go ahead, jump in. You can jump in, because I mean I'll flow right after.
Yeah. So I love what you're saying, but like I think it's kind of steering away from my specific question.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Like, that's okay. So my specific question is like, when you're seeing, because between us women, right? Calling another woman a pick me is literally when you're seeing a woman put down another woman for a behavior in order to align with other men. So when you're seeing that behavior, right? If I were to sit here and like shame a woman for not wearing her natural hair, or for not wearing makeup, or wearing makeup, or you know what I mean? In order to position myself to be seen as a better mate, right?
So
how do you see that level of like
competition, I guess?
So okay, look, I seen somebody in the chat gave a name for somebody that does this, and is the female version of doing this, very popular. So it's not attractive when you come off hating on other women.
No,
it's usually not extreme.
Yeah, like you can make yourself look good without having to demean or lower the self-esteem of somebody else in your presence by raising yourself up. I think action speaks louder than words, and just generally being a good person, like we was talking about the other day, with going to the restaurant and respecting the people that are serving you. It's a small thing, but it's a large thing, right? And you don't have to talk down to them to make yourself. You don't look like a good person doing that. You look like a pretentious, uptight, disagreeable, hard to get along with person. So if you spend your time actively berating young women that are like you, I get where the appeal is, because men want to see correction, but that does not raise, in my personal opinion, for what I would be looking for, and think that would be an acceptable woman to deal with. Because the moment you have a disagreement, she's gonna turn that same energy and lens towards you. And now I'm not arguing with no woman. That shit's dead. Like
that's a fact. No, it's a very unattractive quality, actually. And
go ahead. No, go ahead. No, you were taking a breath. You're good.
For men, I think that Coach K, you made me lose my train of thought.
I'm sorry. You want me to go?
Go ahead. It'll come back to me.
I'm sorry. I was just gonna say, it just seems like the clear difference, and what Enos was saying was just perfect. It just seems like, and I was thinking about this the other day, if a man wants a certain woman and a woman wants him, but you're just not his type. Like, let's say you're not really outgoing, you aren't athletic, whatever. Why would you try to be athletic to get his attention when that's just not you? And vice versa, like women, if you're with an F-boy, why do you want him to change because he has some good qualities? Now, I think there's a difference, from that and correction. For example, me and my husband, we were each other's types or whatever, but I was not, some of my behaviors were not very nice. So I, still the person that I am, corrected those, worked to become more feminine and manage and regulate my own emotions. And that made everything that much better. But I was still me, still goofy. Like, I'm not going to change,
Just a quick
like
question.
Those things. Go ahead.
Just a quick question. When you made that adjustment, was that for you or him?
At the end of the day, it was going to be for me regardless what happened, but it showed up in our relationship. So it would have shown up regardless of like whose relation, like the relationship I was in, if that makes sense.
So
go ahead.
I want to ask you a question, because I think, let me ask the question without leading your answer. Let me do that.
Oh, that'll work.
So why was that question important to you? Like, what difference does it make whether it was for her or for him?
Because if it's for him, she's going to show back up. If it's for her, she's looking to make change for herself, regardless of what the man's opinion was. It's about personal growth and not trying to tailor yourself to somebody.
Perfect. So here is where my issue with like this conversation stems, and where things get complicated and people assume things. The initiating factor has nothing to do with whether or not it is like a genuine change or a genuine character, right? If it's in Coach K's nature to change based on like the feedback of somebody that she loves and trusts, it doesn't matter.
It does matter, because if she doesn't see it in herself,
you have
to be able to look in the mirror and identify that it's an issue also.
Hang on, AP, because here's where like I stand firm in this, right? If it takes a mirror for her to see if she's got something on her face, and she trusts the mirror she's looking at, it's not a funhouse mirror that's distorted, right? it's still genuine.
I agree.
Right? Like if your parents tell you something, if you trust them, then like they're giving you good advice. If you see your parents as people who are unreliable, then you're not going to trust them and you're going to have to lean on your own understanding, right? Same thing with coaches. You coach, right? If your players trust you, they're going to take your feedback and make adjustments. It's still genuine to who they are, right? Because they crave that feedback. The only difference is if there isn't a trust there, and it's not in their nature to naturally pivot with people that they trust. If they're naturally combative people, then they're faking the funk, right? And like that's kind of like my thing, where we can't make assumptions. We have to look at it on an individual basis because people have different motivating factors. Some people need that feedback in order to pivot.
While I agree, but with that part of it, here's the thing. If she still is unable to identify what it is that, let's say, triggers whatever is wrong, then all you're doing is making a surface change. You're not truly changing yourself. But however, if you can see it inside of you, and if you can see that trigger yourself, and you say, okay, that is a true flaw that I have, and this is the same way on the football field. We show them film so that they can actually see it for themselves.
Well, that's what
Otherwise,
relationships do, kind of, in a way. But go ahead.
What?
That's what kind of relationships do a little bit, in a way.
Right.
But yeah, go on.
But if you don't see it and you say, okay, this man or this woman wants to see this change, I'll give it a shot, but I'm still me. I'm not going to change me.
I think
And I really think that you have to be able to identify it as well and say, okay, that is something I want to change.
Okay, right. I agree with you there.
The other person.
Well, that's what I was going to say. Sometimes being in relationship, and I don't mean just relationship with like your lover or your husband, just in relationship to other people. Sometimes it takes other people to point out things about you that you need to change that you don't see in yourself. And so when they point those things out, initially you may be like resentful, or not resentful, but like, well, nothing's wrong with me. But I think when you hear it enough, then at some point, especially if you're a person who wants to grow, wants to be better, then you'll reflect on that and adapt and make those changes. I don't think that makes you fake for doing that. In actuality, I think that makes you an adult. Like when you recognize that there are areas in your life that needs improvement, when someone points them out and you take note of that and work towards to improve. I think the issue is that when someone points it out and you change for the sake of just appeasing that person to a degree, and then you fall back to, as soon as something happens, you fall back or revert back to what you usually do. So it's not an authentic change. It's like how we wear masks when we go out into the real world, to present ourselves a certain way. And I think that's where it's wrong. But when you are like, there are a lot of things about me that I probably would not have seen unless, like what Inaz said, if it wasn't for a person who I know genuinely cared about me and wasn't trying to tell me to do something for their benefit. I think that's the thing too, is that when someone asks you to change something and it's not necessarily for their benefit they're asking you to change, it's because they truly see that this is an area of growth that will make you a better person.
And I think that, because I've been reading the chat, and I think that people, it was chats ago, but we're not coming down on any particular people, but it becomes it kind of goes with mistaken is saying, if you feel genuine, like this person is trying to help you, if I'm a viewer and I look at them and they're calling all things wrong, if it's blatantly wrong and they're calling it out on both ends, you'd be like, this person is genuine. I think it becomes the pick me when is one-sided. The man can do whatever he wants to do, and the woman's always that's when it becomes a pick me. But if you were like a neutral party and you were like calling women, you shame women, but then you hear bad behavior on the other side and you shame as well, then it's a little less pick me. She's just being honest with the situation. Does that make sense? Am I making sense right now? When it comes to YouTube, so to speak, not real life.
I think that's good. And I do want to add one quick thing is I do want to challenge a lot of the behaviors that people say are just who they are. I think there's a lot of them that's just the story they're telling themselves so they don't have to change it. Because now me being athletic, for sure, that is who I am. I love sports, all of it. But me being quick and defensive and not saying so, I just don't say sorry. That was one of the things that I had a problem with. That was not born that way. That is just not who I am. You know what I mean? So I just wanted to add that caveat for people who say, well, it's just who I am. Like I just always have to do this. It's like, there you do have control over a lot of it, but yeah.
I love that you said that, Coach K, because not only is it just the story that people tell themselves, but I think people get so comfortable in their story that growth is way more uncomfortable than continuing with bad behavior. So I think if that's where you're at, that's where you're at in your journey, right? Like there's no judgment on my part, but I think that like you need to also recognize that like you're stuck where you're at. And if you're cool with that, like let it be known. And if you're not cool with that, I think you need to be honest with yourself. So I love that you brought that up.
Okay, let's get to these super chats. Chat it up. Super chat it up.
Why won't Jack just knock it off? $10. Thank you. Unwed chicks have no moral compass. Untrained chicks not seeking marriage quickly become immoral chicks. Does Coach K have a younger, hotter sister who is into nerds? Asking for myself.
Coach K.
So what is first of all,
I just want to say he was on the show last night asking the same thing. He died. So like, sir, I need you to get on a dating app or something. Leave Coach K alone.
Wait, don't Coach K actually got a twin?
Like Coach
got a twin. Coach K actually got a twin though.
So wait, someone just said is her twin younger? Come on. Technically, I'm 22 minutes younger, if you want to count that. But
so you are the younger, hotter sister.
Baby B. Yep, I'm the last. But yeah, we're all unfortunately married. But hey, I was gonna say, I was about to make. I'm gonna stop.
Quickly become immoral.
Do you think marriage is contagious?
I think that, especially with men, when their friends start to get married, they like to follow suit.
Women too.
I didn't hear the question.
Do you think marriage is contagious?
Oh, yeah. Because I think about all the people that I'm around now, all married. So I think sometimes, you'd be like, oh, maybe it's time for me to settle down. I think men feel more pressure like that when they're around other men and they see all of their friends getting married and settling down.
For sure.
If you were a single woman, do you think it's best to hang out with married couples?
If your intent is wanting to get married, yes. If your intent is wanting to get married, I definitely think so. But if you're not looking to get married, then no.
Do you think women sometimes prevent that out of like jealousy?
Do what out of jealousy?
Having like a single woman around their husbands out of jealousy. You think that's a thing?
I think there's a certain category of women that are like that. I think there's a certain category of women that don't want you to marry somebody better than them, or don't want to be in a marriage that's happier than theirs, or like people, misery loves company, right? There is a small group of those. I think that's a loud minority. I think women who are genuinely happily married really want to see the people they love in a similar situation. They really do look out for like your best interest. If you're not happily married though, I'm going to take your advice with a grain of salt.
What the hell is an untrained chick? Can somebody explain that to me?
Unwed.
No, it says untrained chick.
not seeking marriage quickly because become
The hell is an
immoral.
untrained chick?
Maybe.
So
unwed, yourself, untrained, you haven't been trained in being a wife because they say that in the space, and it can become immoral. It's Coach Cat. Yeah. I don't know. So it's been a rise in people saying, "Oh, I was trained to be a wife after KS shows." I never heard that prior to that show, but after that, people started saying, "Yeah, I was raised to be a wife," because he started asking that question, and then the answer became yes out of the blue. I don't know. Like, what would you classify as being raised to be a wife?
Wait, let's get through the rest of the super chats and then finish. Dub Will, $2. So she was a reverse cuckold.
Derek Jackson was a victim.
Never. He was not a victim. We were victims from listening to all that shit he was saying on.
The men told y'all for the longest that dude is lying because we know.
I mean, no, he wouldn't. No, he knew exactly what men do. Like him, he wasn't lying. We just didn't know he was talking about himself.
He was talking about. Look, the reason men say he's lying is because mostly, like 98% of men, do not believe nothing that he said, and we in consensus about it that this dude is just saying this for women to. You know what?
He's talking about himself.
How big do you think I'd be if I start saying this? Women, your man is supposed to pay all the bills. You never should work. You shouldn't Can you hear me?
Yeah, now I can.
You should never have to
put a sexy voice on. That's why I couldn't hear you.
No, that's my regular voice. So look. So you never gotta lift a finger. You don't gotta do nothing. Nothing is ever your fault. The man, if anything go wrong, it's always the man's fault. He should never cheat. He should never look at another woman. Other women shouldn't exist when he falls in love. He should never, ever even look at porn. He shouldn't even get the idea of sex when women walk by. Matter of fact, when women walk by, your man should turn his head in the opposite direction. When your girl at lunch, you just need to send her $200 just because. What else? And no, I'm just saying, how big could I be if I start saying this? Also,
I mean, that's what women do. That's why we call them pick. That's what pick-me's do, but it's the opposite.
You trying to get some money? You trying to get some money, AP? All we got to do is just lie. It seems like that's the formula.
The whole point.
No, but the problem is that
guys,
I lie like shit. So you would know it. I'm like, damn, hey girl, you know you banging 360. That's perfect. You live in it, boo. No.
360 is too underweight. She didn't eat enough apple pies. I need you to hit 400-500 with that little sexy, the thigh rolls and the side rolls when they overlap.
We need to move on to the next.
Look. I'm okay with us talking a little bit about because these people paid for their little, their questions to be, so it's okay.
Okay, but we can take it to a whole show, just the one. All right, all right. Why? Why won't Jack just knock it off? $2. I'm not sending any more super chats. Too difficult to edit. That's because it's a $2 one. You got to try to fit too many more. So just go ahead and up it to 10. Why won't Jack just knock it off? $10. Also, does Coach K have a younger, identical sister?
Listen, Coach K question $50 or more. You want to ask
also into nerves. Asking for a guy who looks remarkably like myself. Help a future brother-in-law.
Hey, so are we going to ignore his air quotes on free spirit? I feel like he was saying something with that. Jack, can you send another chat with what you meant?
He does not like free spirits.
I don't know.
That means they never mind.
Yeah, I know. That's why I want him to clarify.
Wait, what?
All right. Actually, Inaz, some of these dudes are stupid.
No, I refuse to acknowledge that. Listen, men are some of the most intelligent, analytical, forward-thinking beings that are out there, right? Like, if y'all want to feign ignorance, I will accept that. Men want to play stupid, I will accept that. But, like, the majority of men actually being stupid, I don't know. I'm so sorry. Like, you can't claim it as a man's world that men built everything. Men are supposed to be leaders and, like, pretend that the majority of men are stupid. I refuse to accept that fact. I'm so sorry.
I agree.
Why won't Jack just knock it off to Nas? If Inaz was a pick-me, I think I would pick her. Men just want women who actively detest the ratchet and loose behaviors. Men just want a woman who moves with the presence that she won't cheat on him.
I don't know what that presence move is.
All right, Nas, $5. Men put down other men all the time in the public view of women for show. Wouldn't the pick-me strategy apply the other way on the men's side?
We call that dirty macking. It's still not socially acceptable. People don't like it whether you're male or female. Like it's the same thing.
And a lot of times I don't think women find that attractive.
It's not.
You know, they got a nuance.
And men don't either.
Dirty Mac and still
It's
look
obvious.
Good. Like I've seen people on panels, dirty Mac and still look good doing it. They'll do it like this.
You lose.
I'm the richest person on the panel. The rest of you cats, the rest of you dudes is broke. I'm too rich to even speak to you. You're saying they're broke. That's technically dirty macking, but people let that shit ride. I've seen it happen multiple times.
That's a fact, yeah.
Okay, so here's the thing. I think there's like a difference between like not wanting to fight the argument, right? Because like, let's be honest, if a woman fights the argument of a man saying something like that, then like, you know, she gets accused of wanting the pookies and Ray Rays.
Mm-hmm.
Right? So like there's a certain level of like, is this fight worth
or
it?
Or get the question, so why you ain't married?
Yeah, where's the ring, right? Like there's a level of like, you know, not wanting to address the argument itself and not having enough like, you know, capacity to fight the thing that the person is saying. So sometimes like you got to just let the person have it and like, you know, make a donkey of themselves, right? But the other part of that is like that it doesn't mean that it goes unnoticed. It doesn't mean that like women don't like that. Women also want a man who like seems like he can conduct himself in public and in different arenas. And they're like, you know, if you're pulling your member out on the table for other people to measure it against, like it's not attractive. It's not attractive to women. Women just like take mental note of it or like, all right, let me stay away from this guy. He seems like he's a certain type of dude that I don't really rock with. Okay. So even though it's not said the same way with like men and pick-me's, it's still like an unspoken understanding.
And for women, it gives them little D energy. Like when you
sometimes they do themselves.
You're like, All right. Would D-Jax be considered a pick-me then?
He's just a liar. I don't know if
he would be. He was going to pick too. That was the problem.
It's not a. No, with a pick-me, there's a certain behavior that attaches itself to that. He was never that. All he was a damn liar to get draws, bro. Like
that's what I was saying. The women were picking him.
Money and panties. His behavior was the same.
Wait, I got a question, AP. Why do you think men don't celebrate him? Because if everybody is trying to get the bag and he figured out a way to get the bag without technically hurting nobody, wouldn't people who care about money really celebrate him?
So that goes into my question.
Oh, go ahead.
Do we consider a pander a pick-me? Like, are they the same thing? Because I think that answers if we can answer that question, I think that answers your question, Marcus.
I think the line could be blurred. If you're pandering with the purpose of trying to get women or vice versa, then I think that can be a pick-me. The lines are blurred. But if you're pandering just solely for the sake of money and, you know, trying to, you know, it's business per se, then I think that's where the line is different. If you're just for the money and there's a job versus doing it, you get paid on the back end, but your goal is to really get,
I think the major difference is the action versus the lip service. Because I think a pick-me probably acts like a pick-me when around men. Like I think that she acts that way. A pander is going to pay you lip service to get whatever it is, whatever the goal is that he wants out of you, and keep it moving. There's like the action is in the action, I think. Just my opinion.
I need to get out the chat. What's the next?
Okay, go to the next.
I'm slow about the answer, Lady D. You don't hear me calling women hoes and bitches and sluts and all that. I'll be respectful to women. Okay. I'll be trying to stop dudes from doing it too, like, bro. Not every woman is that.
Right. Why won't Jack just knock it off $5? I cannot super chat like I want to, so these super chats are going to sound unsmart. Y'all have too many words that are censored. I cannot even say the word woman.
Damn.
Oh my goodness. I didn't know it got that bad. Okay. Well, thank you. Jack just knocked it off. Free spirit. Never married, egalitarian, open to unconventional pairings, probably fluid sexually, highly promiscuous, relationships or toys, no long-term commitments on anything, inclined to be a runner, emotional attachments are superficial.
Yeah, but why was it in quotes?
Okay, he's explaining what a free spirit is.
Yeah, but he put it in quotes when he was talking to Coach K.
Because he said all of this.
Oh, that's what you were trying to say? Yeah. Like that type? Inclined to be a runner, that's absolutely not me. I do not run.
Runner. No. A runner. Do you know what a runner is, Coach K?
I don't think he was saying like, hold on. I know.
It has nothing to do with track.
I'm just trying to say that I'm not a runner because AP is insinuating I'm a free spirit.
Go ahead.
I didn't insinuate that. How would he put it around quotes? I just said, I'm like, you know what, Coach K, I think you run from relationships when it gets tough. I just tell you now. What is a runner? Running dope? Like what are we talking about?
Coach K, do you know what a runner is?
You're talking about relationships, right? You just run away, like
no.
In relationships?
No.
Okay, outside of relationships, yes.
Oh, running from the ding ding.
Yeah, I don't want to say it.
All those.
Then tell us.
Funny language, because all those things are actual things. Y'all all gave valid things, but in this context, with the preceding words he said, so a runner is technically like we ran a train, or she's a runner, like.
Oh, speaking of which, let me play this video and then we can get
into
it.
Are we not done with the super chat?
No, we're not.
That's because they keep adding on to them.
Derek Jackson ain't no different than any politician. Can't knock the hustle. If people stupid enough to buy the BS, that's on them.
Facts.
I'm gonna need y'all to look. We're gonna have an investment debt, and I'm gonna become the new Derek Jackson, and y'all gonna invest. All right. Let's see how far we go.
87. I love it when Shan Monet sings. Please don't get her started. Why won't Jack just knock it off $5? That's a bridge version because I'm broke and dusty. Plus my incel status is over 9,000.
You know what? That might be a grand deal playing around.
All right, Nas. D Jax, your false messiah. All right.
Okay, so let's go
really surprised when that stuff came out about him, though, honestly. Were you really surprised?
I didn't follow him, so I have no idea.
I didn't care. I just thought, it was just interesting to know their story, I mean, you're married and then this happened,
I didn't follow him either. The first thing I saw was a reaction video to the one where they were sitting on the couch and
with the hat and the bonnet looking thing on. I think that was their first downfall. I think that was the beginning to the end.
And then I saw I saw the backstory from RLV, and now whatever she's doing. I haven't even seen the interviews that she's doing.
So I don't know if y'all are familiar with Clubhouse, but I came across him first on Clubhouse, and they were waiting for the moment to just have proof to validate their feelings about Derek Jackson. This was long coming. There was no way he was going to be able to avoid this.
You know what's interesting to me? So
we're gonna move on. So make it interestingly fast. You hot, Marcus?
Yeah.
You're a church fan?
Nah, this little, I don't even know what this is. There's so many damn toys by me right now. I'm just picking toys up off the ground and looking at them. It's just toys everywhere. I don't know.
Oh, I love it. I love it. Such a great dad. Okay, so we were talking. I'm sorry, Marcus. I interrupted that. What were you going to say?
I was going to say, I think we had a conversation in the back chat about men not being able to be like, so men have pretty much not fought the narrative because nobody wants to be the person that's fighting for us to maintain our negative standards because society has said men are a certain way, right? And each year or month or with new spokesman comes out, they assign new values to men that typically men would be like, that's not what we do. Do you think it's interesting that the self-appointed one would probably have been Derek Jackson as the ideal way a man should be, and men are consistently saying this dude is lying and that's not who we are? The women still updated their list for men to what Derek Jackson pretended to be, and men have constantly said we are not that guy.
Well, I think that happens on both ends though, because women do the same thing. There are women, we're like, what is she talking about? Like, that ain't right. You know, I think that when you have to be careful when you're in these YouTube spaces, because it's money making. It's driven by the clicks, the views. So people say what you want to hear. It's people making millions of dollars on here, just feeding people what they want to hear. They got to have no factual information. They don't have to have a background. They just got to tell you what you want to hear. And you're feeding into that. It's like a form of entertainment, reality TV. That's what it is. So I think that at the end of the day, there are men out there who do what Derek did, and there are women out there who do, you know, whoever does. They all feed into something. They're pandering to people because they know the little panda bear is going to show up every week. Feed them, give them money, views, listen to their story, and keep it going.
Can you change my name to Derek Jackson Jr.? I'm about to be a super Derek Jackson.
DJ J.
Yeah, all right, let's see. Let me see. Can I get through doing this?
Can you ask, Marcus, can you ask your question one more time?
So we had a conversation, and in that
I don't want to go on to, so we can go into the next, but go ahead. Sorry, Marcus. I apologize, but we've been on Derek Jackson for an hour and 22 minutes. Go ahead.
Well, I haven't said anything on him yet.
Go ahead. Sorry.
The question was, why are women, do you think it's ironic that men have told you we're not that person, yet you updated the list of what a good man is based off of the things men absolutely told you we are not? Do you think that that's ironic?
I don't think it's ironic. I think it is heavily delusional. Okay. I think women pick and choose the information that they want to process in their best interest. I think women are focused on like this fairy tale that they've been taught through Disney, their family, false representations of marriage, whatever. I think women want to perpetuate their ideal and be like manifest their way to it without actually listening to what men are saying is like who they genuinely are. And I think that unfortunately is setting up too many women for failure.
I think that what Derek capitalizes on is what we've all experienced, that bad relationship. And so you kind of like, that's my ex he's talking about. And you think that all men are like your ex, and you're not thinking about like all the good guys who are out there. So you're like pinpointing what he's saying. He's like, he's telling the truth because that happened to me. And and you just feel like all men are this way because you got screwed over, or you probably possibly still getting screwed over. And it's just like they're feeding into your, that hardship, that toxicity that you're going through. And he's like telling you what you want to hear. Like, yeah, you understand what I'm going through. And he capitalized on that. Because everybody's been with a man who probably, didn't do it.
I haven't.
They value you as a woman. And I shame them for everything that they've done. And I spit on their graves. They need to have more respect for women and treat them right. Men, real men never cheat. Real men are always going to be faithful. Real men are always to women, and real men do right by women in every single sense of the word, and shame on those men who don't do it.
He's practicing.
Okay, D-Jax Jr., that's what you practicing.
Oh,
Get it out. I like it.
All right. My only comment about Derek Jackson, because I am a founding father of Derek Jackson hate. The Derek Jackson anti-fan club. There was a time on Facebook, yes, all of us older heads still use Facebook. It came out when we were in college. We launched it. We debuted it, okay? People thought I was hating on dude. This is what, 3, 4, 5 years ago? They thought I was hating on him. Like, yo, who is this guy? Dudes don't talk like this. Ladies, please don't believe it. They were like, you're hating because a man knows what he wants and he knows how to treat women. Y'all remember, in fact, looking at Mistaken Face, she wrote some of those damn comments. Look at her face.
She knows a real man when she sees
She wrote
one.
some of those comments.
I appreciate your degradation of real men, Trigger Mike.
Exactly. But the one point I want to make on it is that obviously he's a fraud. And women need to be careful because men would not do what he did if there was nothing in it for him. That's it. He would not do it for free. He won't do it just for simply for advocating for women. What is extremely unorthodox about his behavior is men actually seek and need the admiration and validation from other men. So when you hear other men saying, yo, this dude is wild, he's a fraud, you need to understand something weird is going on because he needs that validation from us. So what he's doing is going against us for a benefit because he thinks having women look up to him and desire him is more of what he wants. He wants to be one dude on the top of a hill with all the women looking up to him, screaming his name. That is his life's vision. So
you know why?
Men do not advocate for women against other men. You can advocate for women. You can absolutely do that. You just can't do it against other men. I would never do that.
Male code.
That's because you're not a real man.
No. Hold on, Marcus. It's not male code. It's not male code. What I'm saying is
male, but Derek Jackson is a man. And by being a man, he advocates at the top of the mountain. What does a man actually want? All the women to be with him, right? No, Derek Jackson is just doing what a real man does.
It's not male code. Because that's important to know. So Derek Jackson what we do now, what we owes it to the women. Like cancel culture, right? Where men will jump on the women's side and berate another man like, you ain't supposed to be doing that, bro. That is simp stuff. What I mean is you don't advocate for women against other men to say, first off, get off his back. This man he made a mistake. He is a father. He's this, he's that. I'm going to send him back to his family and tell his wife to fix it with him. I'm not going to jump in front of everybody and try to condemn him in front of his own house. That's what men essentially are doing, like Derek Jackson. Real men don't do that.
Trigger Mike, you should aspire
to be to the side and be like, you cutting up right now. Go back to your family.
Masculine provider. And I am offended, sir, that you don't want to be a simp like me. I'm a strong, intelligent, masculine provider. And I'm reclaiming simp. Simp's gonna win.
Wait, what about the third P? Is like professing? Because like he definitely failed on that part.
Protector, provider.
If we look at what his wife said, she was watching his sex tape, so she knew. So it sounds like he was also honest. So it might be a silent H in there.
No, because we don't know how she got a hold of those sex tapes.
I think she said that he made her watch them, or they discussed it or something. So
like a class.
It's weird. They are weird, but I fear for women who he never liked that woman, or I'm sorry, he never loved her, I would say. And that's pretty terrible because I watched the whole thing and I was like, oh, he treated her like she was ugly. That's what men do that marry a woman out of duty or something.
Wait a minute, I thought you liked duty, Mike.
What do you mean?
Weren't you the duty guy?
No, this is what I'm saying. He's
a male. He's not a man like me.
I'm confused.
He's a male. This is a man.
That was Mike.
Don't conflate. Shan, don't conflate. Don't conflate.
No. Shannon's definitely conflating because I addressed this before you hopped on, Trigger Mike. There is a good side and a bad side to duty.
Absolutely.
Right? Like duty is great when that man loves you and he genuinely wants to be with you. There is a very horrific side of duty when that man could not care less about you, but feels obligated to still fulfill his duties.
Yep. I mean, that's really just it. He was, but I think the horrific part for him is what ended up coming out in the interview, because he took it as an opportunity to, you got to think about it. He took it an opportunity to propel himself up as a married man. He kept her in the shadows for a very long time. Right. So I'm a married man. I do this. He taking all the nice pictures with his wife. He got her to buy into it while treating her like shit. Like, he's a sociopath as far as I'm concerned. From if all of this is true,
I strongly disagree. I strongly disagree. What we have in Derek Jackson is a man who honored his vows. He put duty above his personal happiness. And his wife, being the God-sent woman that she is, said, you know what? As long as you show me the videos, we can have sex, and you can have sex with them as well. And that was the covenant they made. And who are you, Trigger Mike, to denigrate and talk about Derek Jackson's usage of being a great man?
It's the kid toy for me. Like,
what is that? Crocodile or something?
Put that baby's toy down.
He decides to put a stuffed animal. That's his.
Go get our dog. I don't know who this guy is.
So Marcus, what happened to the part of the vows that says to forsake all others? Was he fulfilling that?
You know, to get his name right. His name is Jackson.
Nope. It's like Kanye said. It's only an other if you didn't bring them in. I'm gonna say it again. It's only an other if you didn't bring them in. So if she passed them on the hallway, they weren't an other because they were in the vicinity of each other. You get it? It's only an other if you didn't bring them in.
The fuck?
I'm confused. My head.
She said forsake all others. So if he would have been going around sleeping with women that she never knew about and she had no idea about, that would be an other. But if he and her had an agreement and she was okay with it, that doesn't sound like.
We're assuming that she didn't say that they had an agreement. She just said she studied the tape.
Well, she got her feet worked, right? She walked past him in the hallway and she kept walking into that room. She agreed. It's called implicit consent. She implicit consented to this.
All right, you guys. Let's
playing name games with your ass. Look at his name.
Yes, Sim God. I am him.
We're supposed to be talking about hot girl summer.
They call me S to the I.
Ain't easy. You know what? Black women don't cheat. So listen.
You're a goddamn lie. Well, I'm sorry.
I've never met one.
So every woman knows a woman.
First of all, half of them not married.
Every woman knows a woman.
At least half not cheated.
Wait, I want to say this, right? Because like we do this double standard thing all the time. I'm going to clarify it the same way that the men do, right? Women who are genuinely women, right? Like grown women don't cheat. Women who are masquerading as women might cheat, right? So the statement still stands because the whole thing about black men don't cheat is black men who are genuinely men don't cheat. So we got to have the same energy both ways.
You know that whole thing is a joke, but no, continue.
No, it's real. Again,
let's get to that. I had something in between that. I was just talking. I had something in between that, but we can always do that at the end if we can. But let's just get into the meat, okay? So it technically a little less than majority are not married. Are they technically cheating?
No.
Who isn't married? I'm sorry.
Black women.
No. If you aren't married, you're single. If you aren't married,
I don't agree with that at all.
Well, we already been through this, AP. I know your whole doctrine on it. But no, these people
You're not giving his woman a pass.
Exactly.
She be watching it right now. He's like, hell no, you cheating if you cheat.
No.
The reason I say this is that I want more women, especially black women, to adopt that thinking because it's actually better for them. Because when you say that he's not cheating, if he's single, it will basically put an urgency in you to want to get married. Now, I'm going to just use one example to try to iron this, to get this point across. We forgot what a wedding was about. We think a wedding is a party or a celebration. It is the celebration of an actual commitment. That's why everybody comes to it. The grooming process, the courting process, and all of that. People come to watch the actual binding of two souls or whatever you call it, because everything else, nothing mattered. Nobody really took it seriously. Nobody fathers knew he could leave at any time if he's not married to you. Mothers thought the woman was foolish if he wasn't married to. You see what I'm saying? But people come to the wedding to celebrate an actual commitment between two people.
You are wrong, Sugar Mike. The wedding.
I go for the free bar.
The wedding is 100% for the woman and to celebrate the glory of womanhood. And I detest that you don't understand that. You know your wedding was about your wife, and I don't think she would be happy hearing you pretending like it was mutual arrangement.
Yeah. So we're gonna move past Marcus's trolling.
Ladies, don't cheat yourself out of a good man. And Sugar Mike is not sounding like what good man is.
I wanted to Sugar Mike said, right? So bypassing the previous comment. People were not intended to attend the weddings to like view or like showcase the commitment, right? People were supposed to attend the commitment as people who will hold that commitment accountable, right? Mm-hmm. Like, I agree with you in the sense that like the wedding itself was like a display of the commitment, but the people who were initially invited, right? Like if we're looking at the tradition of marriage, the people who were initially invited were people who were going to be a part of the community who would hold those people accountable to those vows. That has now changed to like, you know, be really showy and like show out and have people witness how extravagant your marriage has become, or the wedding, I should say, maybe not the marriage. But like the initial purpose of guests of the wedding and witnesses was for people to be like, okay, yes, they made these vows, and we are the people who have authority to hold this person accountable to what it is that they're vowing.
Absolutely. You took it deep traditional, but yeah, essentially that's what I was saying. You're right. So it's really just more so we forgot that the actual commitment does not start until you see the people do it, until the man literally says those words out of his mouth. This is why I would really be honest and tell you that so many people don't care about a lot of things unless you're married. I've never felt bad about cheating. I've never felt bad about cheating before ever in my life as a boyfriend, because if you ain't married, you're single. And I wasn't sorry I did it. I was just sorry I got caught. A lot of dudes would echo the same sentiment.
So I have a question. No, I just have a question. So if we're operating from that mindset, then because I'm like from the, old school when they say your word is bond, right? Yep. So if you were saying that you were like, you're not married, but you're saying that you're my girl, right? Yep. And in that understanding of what a girlfriend-boyfriend relationship is, yep, is that we know that it's exclusive, that we're only seeing each other.
Yep.
So in that regard, would that be cheating?
No.
I don't think it, I think that I would take it a step further though. I think that maybe in the courting, if he's serious about you, he wants to lock it down, then like a ring or something, then that to me says he is absolutely serious. Because we know that there are people who will be in a commitment, will ride that thing out 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 years just because he said, oh, I'm exclusive to you. That's not unless you don't want to be married. Now, if you don't want to be married, then that may work for you. But to me, if you know that your goal is marriage, just saying, oh, we're exclusive right now, or we're boyfriend and girl, what does that do if it's not going to lead to marriage, which so often it does not?
Well, that's my point. They don't call it girlfriend, boyfriend, because when you put that's why women are so big on titles.
But you remember,
so that's on us. Then don't call it a title. Don't call it boyfriend, girlfriend, or whatever you want to call it, because there comes an expectation with that. So if you're not willing to be exclusive, then don't ever title it. Just be like, nah, like I told you, like what I got. Nah, I just enjoy time. Be honest, like what we've been saying.
So what it really means, let's be honest, because go ahead and there is no definition. There's no real definition for girlfriend. We only care about one thing. Nobody cares to define it. This is why parents all over, every culture on earth trivializes the word girlfriend. They trivialize any kind of situation other than marriage. They're like, psh. They look at you like you're stupid, especially the woman, because you're the one getting played, especially if you're giving up your box in your womb area. They don't concern themselves with anything unless it's marriage. Now, men usually do it just to keep that woman around. And if you knew the way we thought about things, he could absolutely, this is weird to say, but you're the lady he's focused on. He's actually given his time, attention, and energy to, right? But let's say he's actually preserving you. You say you're saving yourself. Okay, bet. So he's still knocking down Old Faithful. He's not serious about that woman. He's, you know what I mean? Dudes do that because it's just like, well, I know who I want to be with. She has standards, and I'm gonna meet those standards. But you know,
but people don't want marriage though.
Okay, go ahead.
That's the only problem I see with this is like, because I agree with everything you've said, but if we look at the young people, Gen Z, and their views, and just, I guess, the narrative you hear, people don't want even marriage. So it's like, so they just want, like, I mean, if we're not going to call it dating, I mean, because again, I'm with you, Trigger Mike, but it's just, people do not want marriage anymore, it seems like.
They don't know what they want, Coach K.
They're so young. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I mean, right now it's fun time, but eventually it's going to have to be serious time. Like, fun time can only last.
Yeah. And, I mean,
even men. Let's even talk about men.
Like, go back in history.
Now, men, that's another story.
Look at all of the, what is it called? The Greco-Roman times. Like, these are not the only super lax, weird sex magic type of stuff times that have ever existed. It's existed way back in history, and people always default back to traditional values because nature didn't change. A woman's nature has not changed. The day that a woman could be in competition with another woman over a man and not care and be like, girl, you can have him, let's shake hands, then I'll believe a woman's nature has changed. A woman's nature has not changed. If there's two women fighting over one guy and he's just dating the other woman, they're not intimate, they're not having sex, but he's having sex with one, he's literally blowing her back out, arched every night, all that type of stuff, that he done mess with that woman's mind, right? So that woman is not only going to want to be with him, she's going to want to have his child. He's been with her this long, she's going to want to get married to him, especially if she has competition for his heart, right? When I see that change, then I'll say a woman's nature has changed, and that has not changed.
It sounds like we out here wasting a whole bunch of fucking time. Like, I'm gonna keep it real. It sounds like, guys, we're out here wasting damn time. So I can't wrap my head around dating a chick and not trying to marry her, like, without marriage being the end goal. I can't wrap my mind around that. That shit doesn't make any sense. Like, if you just want to bust chicks down, why are you dating them? What are you doing? Shit, you can go get a different one every night if you really just wanted to, like, if that's what you wanted to do. But then we got a whole bunch of this bullshit of people abandoning responsibilities. We have a whole bunch of this other bullshit where you blew her back out and she's pregnant and she ain't gonna let you see the kid. A whole bunch of fucking wasting time and bullshit instead of just, you know what, choosing not to move that way and doing what you're supposed to do until you find the one that you want. Like, what the fuck are we doing?
Now, wait a minute. This is way too much sense for a Friday night. Be quiet. I'm just saying.
Oh, my bad. My bad, Queen. You got it. Go ahead and slay it, girl.
Not the
Well, I think that women should be allowed to be sexually
dating does not mean clapping cheese. That's not dating.
What does it mean? What does it mean?
I think women should be allowed to.
Dating is hoeing. Let's get it straight.
That's not what dating means to me, though.
It's courtship with hoeing. Yes, it is. It is.
I have a question to AP specifically. So I hear what you're saying because women have been saying that for like millennia, right? But I want to know what your answer is to this question, because men have perpetually been stating that they will only waste a woman's time who allows them to waste a woman's time. So what is your answer to that statement?
It's true.
So why are you asking the question then?
Like I'm asking. So there's two things. I'm asking men, why aren't we being more more what's the word that I'm looking for? Hold on. More deliberate and
selective,
purposeful in what our intentions are, and move towards getting, if we want a wife, move towards getting a wife, as opposed to sleeping around the whole damn block and not moving that direction. My question wasn't directed at women. My question is directed at men. What the fuck are y'all doing?
Great. So here's my follow-up question to that, right? How does a man know if a woman is a wife and not a hoe if he's not pushing boundaries?
So it's up to the woman. A woman can't vet a man. I'm gonna go ahead and let all y'all know, women need to stop thinking that they can vet fucking men. Y'all can't. Because as long as you think you can, we will continue to pull the wool over your eyes to bust you down. Y'all don't know shit. Y'all need to have a man vet a man that's interested in you. Ask that man to come meet your pops. Ask that man to come meet your uncle, and then listen to that dude. Listen to the uncle or the dad or the brother or whatever fucking man is in your life that you trust to say, nah, he ain't no good for you, and let him go. Don't waste your time,
but you know
too.
what? But let me say this too, because you can take it. I see what Enos is saying. She's absolutely right. But I'm saying, I think that there comes a time where there are men, not all of them, because men don't do this. I'm talking about those ratchet ones, who will manipulate the situation, make it seem as if they are wanting the woman for more than they are, and she's simply a placeholder. So you can have good women get played every day.
Whoa. What did I say? I understand where you're going, but the key to that was have him, that man that's making you a placeholder, have him meet a man you trust in your life. Have him, like, the one thing that typically doesn't happen, I know I can't, I'm not saying it can't happen, but the one thing that typically doesn't happen is for that man to fool a man that loves you, not like a like a dad, a brother, an uncle, a man that loves you, that has your best interest in mind. He's not gonna pull the wool over that dude's eyes. He's just not gonna do it. He's gonna say, hey, I want to hang out with that cat again. Let me tell you what's up. And don't give your damn box to him. Y'all control 100% of the access to sex.
And I agree with that. I'm gonna wear me a shirt.
100% of the access to it. Don't give it to him until you like, yo, you know what? You can holler at this dude.
So, y'all, I really wish I had a cap to like put it on, right? Here's where I call cap.
What?
You heard
it. Hear me out. So we know how men feel about like obligation, right? The second a man starts to like feel obligated to do things, that appeals to another man's nature around obligation. So like this idea that a man can't pull the wool over another man's eyes, I'm telling you, even though I'm a woman, I've seen it happen amongst men. That like though that's the point where like, if you can provide, if you're like even a decent connector, and you're I love it. Can I borrow that hat?
I'm doing it for you, honey.
What the hell is that?
Yeah, that's she's living
Kentucky Derby in it.
Yeah. So like let's not pretend that these things don't happen, right? Like if a man's a decent provider, if he's like somewhat of a protector, and he's like giving the illusion that like he's, or genuinely, right? Because that happens too, genuinely living through like, these are my obligations, I'm willing to fulfill them whether I like it or not. That appeals to another man's nature, especially if that man is responsible for and loves the woman that is being spoken of. So like, let's not pretend that like men aren't able to deceive other men, and that it doesn't happen at the rate that like it does. Because like not all women are ripping and running the streets without men that aren't vetting on their behalf or intervening at some point before marriage.
I'll tell you this from a man's point of view. I'd rather not have to go through your male
I didn't know
filter.
what y'all were talking about, but
look, men get played every day, especially on YouTube. They the biggest contributors to this plan.
Yeah, right? Like, let's take the whole Derek Jackson situation, right? Like, let's take the whole Derek Jackson situation, because like before y'all like jumped in, my whole statement was like, where were the adults who like intervened, right? We don't know. Maybe there were adults that intervened and somehow he managed to bypass it, right? But the reality is there are men who are like, who understand the game to a point where they're able to bypass even another man. As much as Derek Jackson is like, you know, like the punching bag at the moment, there are still men who are able to more successfully pass like the test of other men. It, because here's the one thing that I hear consistently across all men. Men know men. And if men can game women, let's not pretend that men can't game men too. Right? Like, y'all are really not as unintelligent as some of y'all portray yourselves to be. Y'all are really good at, like, when it comes to like the end goal, doing what you need to cross the finish line that you've set for yourselves. Whether it's with integrity, whether it's not, whether it's with values, whether it's not, like, men are really good at crossing the finish lines that they set for themselves. We just disagree on what that finish line should be. Whether it's men amongst men or men between women, right? It doesn't matter. And I think the moment that we're able to like neutrally acknowledge that, we can start to have a conversation about the reality that exists between men and women.
I mean, yeah. I mean, nothing's 100%. Men can game other men 1,000%. It's just not. In this case, I don't even think it applies. She said something about the mom. He called her mom to ask for her hand in marriage, and the mom didn't even know they were together. So that likely means the father wasn't in the picture.
For sure.
I want to add.
Told you that could happen, Inaz.
What? Right. Really quick, and this is back to what Trigger Mike was saying. So, based on the generation, so when boomers, Gen Xers, and millennials were in college, students rated raising a family either highest or second highest. During the millennial years, raising a family was rated highest each year. By 2008, though, being very well off financially has moved its way to first place. And by 2015, raising a family had slipped to third on the priority list, being behind being very well off financially and helping others in difficulty. The first time that had occurred since it was included on the list of life goals in 1969.
Well, it isn't on the internet. That's social media. When it MySpace, when it that whole everything came out like 2008, right? During that time. So which one looks the best on, you know, living your lavish life on social media, or you with your kids running around in your hair?
Well,
there's a shift.
It's not what they actually want. They're just confused.
I think they are as well. I think
the trade-off is very bad because
destruction.
You know, I don't know. You know me and my theories. Does anybody know Newton's third law of motion? I think for every action there's equal
or greater.
Yeah, equal but opposite. That is not just true in physics. That is also true in psychology, I guess. Try it with anything. It is also true. So that means that if women are putting more time and saying that their career and being rich in this lavish lifestyle is priority one, and we can really attribute that to them wanting to play a more masculine role, I think then their feminine role is going to be diminished. So the one equivalency I can make with that is that modern women are terrible mothers. I hate to say it like that. They're terrible moms. Because you can't keep there's only 24 hours in a day. If you're going to focus on one thing, you're going to lose focus in another. And I think that's where they've lost focus. So they put being a mom third on their priority list, but most of them are going to be moms anyway, which means they're going to be terrible moms.
I have a question. What is considered, I'm sorry, y'all, I'm eating, so I don't want to be rude. What what is considered a modern mom or modern woman? Because if I look at my mom, technically, she would have been considered a modern woman by that time standard, I guess, because she worked. You know what I'm saying? And I mean, she was married.
Black women have always worked. Black women have always worked.
So that's my point. In that regard, what is considered a modern woman?
Was your mom married?
Yes.
Did she seem to prioritize her children in her marriage?
Yes.
Then she's not a modern woman. That's already too bad. Like, there's already two things.
So that's what a modern woman is. A modern woman is.
Did your mom ever utter anything such as "I don't need a man" or teach her daughters specifically that they don't need one?
I wouldn't say that she taught us that we didn't need a man. Right? No, she didn't teach us that we didn't need a man. But she
3 for 3, I would say very low chance. Very low chance.
But let her finish.
I was going to say, but what you guys considered, I guess, a modern mindset is a woman being educated or going to college or things like that. So in that regard, you understand what I'm saying? I'm trying to
remember, we always say we want educated women. I don't know where y'all get this. It is not about you being educated. It is about the attitude you develop after you've received that education is what makes you a modern woman. If you're going to use your education as a negotiating tool to start renegotiating gender roles in the house, you are absolutely a modern woman.
Is that a modern woman or a modern man? Because a man wouldn't let you do that. You know, a real man would be like, you can have a PhD from space. I don't care. I still love you and you still gonna fall in line the right way. But I don't think that's the woman's fault. That's on the man.
So I think to trigger Mike's point, right? I think that there's let's be real, right? Like with the Me Too movement, with like men genuinely wanting to get married. Because if men did not genuinely want to get married, they wouldn't care about how many marriageable women there are, right? Like men do want to get married. I don't care how you spin that, whatever stats you want. Like you should not care about how many marriageable women there are unless you are genuinely interested in getting married. So that being said, like there's no way to like not actually negotiate for certain men if you don't want to get married, right? Like if the majority of women have become these like quote unquote modern women that are willing to negotiate gender roles, I think it really does pigeonhole some men into like being forced to negotiate.
We need a national registry that ranks money and looks, and then after 40, if you're single, you need to be paired off. And then after everybody's paired off, we need polygamy to be done. And all this could be over.
I know that you do not.
I like that idea sometimes.
Like that.
Run that by me again and explain, because I'm a little slow tonight.
A national registry. Now, hold on, let me just say it, and then you can disagree. A national registry that ranks looks on a universal scale, 1 through 10. Then a financial registry that ranks earnings. And then you're paired with your equivalent looks to earnings match after 40 if you have no one. And then if there are no men left, then you can have polygamy.
Constant crying.
Wait, so Shane, I need you to get your Kentucky Derby cap. I need you to put back on in my honor, because I know there for one, there is no way that the majority is going to rule for everybody, right? Because who is the majority? One is white people. So immediately the majority of people are going to be classified on a rank that they are not supposed to be, regardless of like actual social standing, right? In order to reinforce the power structures that exist. It's not happening. It's really not happening.
So here's the thing. Hold on. I got one caveat for you. Universally, men say women are attractive. Even if you're a racist white man, you still can see a black woman that's attractive and be like, yeah, she bad. And even if I'm not attracted to white women, I still can be like, yeah, she got a, you know what I'm saying? She got a body that I appreciate. And
so as much as I understand that, and as much as I agree with you on that, because black women are absolutely stunning, right? Regardless of body shape and type and all of that stuff, black women are the trendsetters for beauty standards that then get appropriated through other cultures, right? I think that we can agree on that front. However, in order to maintain the existing power structures, an oxymoron needs to exist. So that already doesn't make sense. The other point, I know from the rhetoric of the three of y'all gentlemen on this panel, not a single one of you is going to advocate for government to impede on interpersonal interactions to that degree. Y'all are not actually going to be okay with a government setting standard on what number scale Black people should be on. I don't like. So I call you 1,000%.
So I never said that they was killing them off. I'm saying if you are 40, right, and you don't have a man, and if you are 40 and you don't have a wife, if they force people to be together and create families, that's more Black people. So that increases the amount of people there. That fixes the community because all the single
they're not gonna do that. They're not gonna do that.
I'm just saying
licenses on childbearing.
You're assuming. Let me just tell you this about that 40 thing right there. You're assuming that they're gonna pair you with. I think that after 40, 50, people start getting in that I don't care zone. You know, they don't really care about that. Listen, because I'm telling you, I got 800, and I can guarantee about 600 of them white. So listen,
you got
they don't care that race, thinking you're gonna be paired up with let's just say hypothetically speaking, that's the truth. After a certain age, the men do not care about their race. They don't care about any of those things. They just want to know that they're attracted. Let me just tell you, they want to know they're
yes, they do. No,
maybe in Canada, I don't know, but let me just tell you, I probably get more seriousness from white men than I do Black men. If I had that in me, I just love Black men.
So, okay, let me explain why I say no, right? Because, like, men at any age, whether they're like Hugh Hefner, like pushing 80, or they're like 20 years old, men need validation that they are wanted by the most attractive women in society. It doesn't matter the age. It doesn't matter their virility. It doesn't matter.
Well, I'm not saying that the attractiveness doesn't. I wasn't saying that.
No, but hear me out, right? Because I'm going somewhere with this. Like, their appreciation for who they are, regardless of age, especially if we're going to be talking about like this registry that classifies what number you are, and after the age of 40, they're still pairing you, right? Like they're making that decision on your behalf. The majority of men, I think, will like. Women don't even have to fight against this because if they let men over the age of 40 decide, men are absolutely going to dismantle this registry, right? Because the moment a man over 40 years old gets paired up with a woman who looks like Lizzo, right? I'm not saying my stance on like women that
that's not what I was saying. I don't
off for that. Hold on. I said universal look score. Most men would rank Lizzo what they would rank her, right? And I said it's correspondent to the man's earning score and possibly a look score, but more likely earning score. So he would probably end up with the same person you end up with anyway.
Where is that, Marcus Jackson?
No. So is her financial status? Wait, Marcus. Her financial status.
Homosexual and Lizzo combined a lot like it's meant to be.
So her financial status doesn't go into the equation either, just his. Because the thing is if you're looking at Lizzo's financial status, if are we looking at individual financial status
or just her looks, but his money? That's what we're looking at.
Yep.
So how does the female's financial status factor in?
So, but that's exactly
she needs to take her financial status and get a.
I don't think they should ever factor in a female
and some other stuff so she can get a better score.
But hear me out. Okay, right? This is exactly what I'm saying.
We're
right?
playing along.
Yeah. Because this is perfect. Men are ranked based on their financial status. So like even if you're like a medium ugly dude, but you're making like well into the six figures. Hang on.
Medium ugly word.
I know. So it's debatable, but just rock with me for a second. If you are a medium ugly dude who is well into the six figures, we're not talking about entry point into the six figures. We're talking about well into the six figures, right? The likelihood of you being paired with somebody who looks like Lizzo is fairly high. If we're looking at the number scale of how men are rated and how women are rated. That being said, I promise you, somebody who is in the even entry to mid-level six figures, who's paired with somebody who looks like Lizzo, immediately men are going to revolt against that system.
It couldn't happen. In order for him to be
women won't even have to complain about it. Men will be the ones to be like, "This is not who I want."
No.
It couldn't happen because in order for him to be paired with Lizzo, and he's at a mid-earning or high, close to what is that average salary? Close to average salary. What are you saying that salary is for my
average
scenario?
salary is what, 45, 50?
So at 130 plus, right? He would be at a credit score that qualify him for somebody that's beautiful.
Credit score? Or?
I'm just using the word credit score, but a universal looks calculator. Men were universally rated. Like you do a blind study with 1,000 men, and they pick a number 1 through 10 and keep doing that till they get. I don't think she's getting above a 3 universally with men. Even I can't see it.
So because that comment we just posted, right? Of like she better be funny too. Monique is hilarious. Her body is built like Lizzo.
You know what?
Right?
She's not funny.
So
she's not funny.
Mary,
if you get paired with Monique, are you going to be okay with that?
She's not funny.
Never heard a joke that made me get sexually aroused.
And I think
funniest people in the world. Never made.
You said
she is
money.
married though.
Yeah, Miss.
And Lizzo got a man.
Money. Money makes a man look better to a woman. It does. Money don't necessarily. It doesn't make a woman look better to a man. Unfortunately, I think we do that too much, where we have that equality conversation. And when you said that, it kind of just made me like, no.
So you're trying to tell me that Oprah don't look better than Stedman since she Oprah?
No.
Stedman's a nice looking guy, nice looking man.
I'm trolling.
No, it doesn't. In fact, if he don't stick around and let people talk shit about him the way he does, he just genuinely loves that woman. You know what I mean? So
didn't he cheat back in the day? Like
he'd probably be better off.
Being like a player. What? Let me not say that because that's
you're more than likely, especially as a black man, to be embarrassed by getting with a woman like that. Of that, I mean, I don't know. Potential. Mike, when you finish your point, I got a question. It bothers y'all that you can make money and it doesn't make you sexier, but it just doesn't. It doesn't work like that.
Well, that's okay. It's not like we balling like that anyway. It's
no. Hey, I need to address IPM and toss it right to you. I need to address what Trigger Mike said. Let's not pretend that there are a whole lot of women out there who have not become physically more attractive because they have access to more money. Like, I don't like.
No, their money is attractive.
Have you ever had to get pulled back in the child support court for a reassessment? You can ask for a reassessment after your looks have improved.
Yeah. I mean, if you're talking about using the money to improve your looks, okay. I'm talking about basically saying me, AP and Marcus sitting around a bar and be like, bro, guess who just got the VP job at $300,000 a year? What? Ooh, that like it make her look better. And now you dreaming about her at night. No, we don't.
No, we're not saying we're not saying that you're gonna genuinely fall in love with her, but these people do find mates, whether it be for for whatever reason, they find mates that it may not be love, but chase money.
I just have a quick question. It's kind of sliding back to what we were talking about before we got to this ridiculous scale after 40.
I like the game.
What the hell do women want? They don't want to be married, or not? And I'm not talking looks.
They don't know. What are you asking them?
No. Like, follow me with this real quick. Like, and I know where Trigger Mike stands because I've heard him say it several times, and I kind of feel the same way. But women don't move like this, right? They don't move like they want to get married. So, do y'all just want to be bust down by the best dude, or do you really want to be married?
I think they think it'll. Go ahead.
No,
I'm serious.
Go ahead.
I think a lot of women, they think it'll happen in the future, but they're they're like, well, they act as if it's just going to fall into place at some point. But right now they're about, their career and, posting stuff on Instagram, traveling, whatever it is. But, and I'm not saying I agree with any of this, but and then it's too late at that point. Like, I don't think it's really their ultimate goal or purpose in life.
And to kind of piggyback on that, I think the younger you are as a woman in this day and age, marriage is not prioritized. It's not a priority for, this age group. However, just based on from what I was reading, what they prioritize is along the lines of, their careers and, their individuality, things that they're trying to figure out and do. And then it becomes a priority in their 30s. And I think that's what the transition has become. So it's not that women don't want to get married. They just don't want to get married early.
Okay,
I wholeheartedly disagree with the two ladies that just spoke. I think the majority of women absolutely want to get married. I think in younger years, because of the lack of strong father presences, that women placate to the idea of the women that men chase and want to sleep with before they realize that those are not the women that men want to marry.
I agree.
Once they reach their older ages, they realize, because again, there's not a father to guide them, they realize that the woman that they've been is not the woman that men want to marry, and instead the woman that they just want to play with instead.
Ooh.
I agree with that.
And I have a quick follow up, real quick. And I'll end it on this. Then why the hell do men get so much fucking pushback when we say things like you control access to sex, have a man vet your potential mate, don't sleep with anybody until you are ready to get married?
I know the answer to that, AP. It's because they've made too many mistakes already.
No, I don't think that's it. Go.
Well, I was trying to get.
Okay, well, he was. Are you a woman?
I was kind of asking the ladies.
But he. Are you okay?
She's okay.
Mike was a woman. No, go ahead, Mike. I apologize. Go ahead and let Mike finish his sentence, and then we'll let you.
AP, I'm sorry. Were you done?
Yeah, I was. It was just a question to the ladies. Trigger Mike.
No, I was trying to respond to Inaz or follow up on Inaz's point. You said that the women do want to get married young. They absolutely do. And I still believe that. And remember, I told you, I just said women don't know what they want. And now I'm doing this thing after having thousands of conversations and hours of conversations with people. I've known this for a long time. All right, if you take a moment and pause, you realize what they're doing is actually you see this, unfortunately, in the psych hospital a lot. I spent many years as a mental health tech when I was getting my master's. And what you'll see a lot is the thing that people say they don't want is actually, what is it called? An avoidance technique, because it's actually what they do want. The reason they talk down on marriage, the reason why they say, no, I don't need a man and all this, is because they actually realize they do need one. Right. So to take off the pain of not making yourself the person needed that you need to be to acquire one, you now have to live a life as if you don't have necessity for it. That's what I think 99% of them are.
Let Inaz go.
I'm sorry. Yeah, go ahead.
Throw her off from what she was trying to say.
Go ahead, Inaz.
She's in the middle.
No, you're fine. So here's the thing, right? To some degree, Trigger Mike, I do understand what you're saying, but I don't think it's out of willingness. I think it's more so out of necessity, right? Because you're not able to attain the thing that you truly desire, out of survival mechanisms, you have to fulfill that role for yourself.
For sure.
Right? I don't think women want to be this strong, Black, independent woman. Right. I think the majority of women, regardless of race, do desire that quote unquote soft life. Maybe not necessarily the luxury life where you literally do nothing, but they do desire a life where they feel cared for. right, by a man. But if you've grown up in trauma where you've been raised by a single mother who's done it all, who's taught you all of these things, and your interactions with men are like continuously negative, I think that it builds this wall, right? Instead of a boundary, it becomes a wall of protectiveness, right? And I think that the desire from those women is a man who's masculine enough that overcompensates for that wall. That being said, like, I think like this idea of like these women that are out here masquerading as like being men, or out here pretending to be you know, independent to a degree that like isn't actually feasible, right? Like no human being can actually genuinely be independent. You need somebody to make your clothes, you need somebody to like produce some amount of food, you need some like independence doesn't actually exist outside of like a vacuum. And I think like this idea that like we push this narrative on women.
No, she don't change the subject.
I'm not.
No, I'm not changing.
Not you. I'm talking about mistake. She wants to go next. I just don't want her to change the subject. Go ahead.
No problem. So like I think that like it's not just the idea of having like a lack of men to like be able to vet. I think that like women do genuinely know what they want. I think they're ill-equipped to actually receive what it is they want. It's like this idea of like wanting this job that you want to go for, but you need a certain level of like mentorship to actually qualify for it, to understand like how to qualify for it. I think that's really where things are lacking. Like this idea that like women don't know what they want. Women know what they want from a very young age because the majority of women are bred to know, like, to be a wife. Whether it's Barbie and playing house, whether it's like, you know, the games that you play with your girlfriends, or like, you know, all of this stuff. From like a very young age, women are taught to desire marriage. But I think like somewhere along the lines, through like experiences in real life with people who have trauma, with their own trauma in itself, with like the stigma around therapy, people like develop like this hard shell where they have to alter their actual desires, right? And I think that's really where like the confusion kind of comes in, of women don't really know what they want. Women know exactly what they want. Women don't feel comfortable vocalizing what is that they want because one, it's either demonized, or two, they themselves don't believe that it's actually attainable. And I think like if we can get past that, if we can like understand that like women are human beings too, that really do know what it is that they want and are made to feel comfortable vocalizing it, the same way that men are stigmatized like with what they want and like their ability to vocalize it. If we could just like even the playing field and everybody can just be genuinely honest about who they are as human beings, I think it would really change the way everything goes.
I got a question.
No,
wait,
what you want to eat for dinner?
Marcus, wait. So what I was gonna say is I would agree with Inaz about being married younger, but the trend doesn't show that. And what I mean is not just on a micro level, not just here. We're speaking like maybe here in the US and the United States, but the trend is international. And so even in countries where you have a society where marriage is prioritized and marriage is, you know, seen as something that you're supposed to do, even within those societies, those women are choosing to delay marriage. It's not that they don't have access to marriage, because the society supports the ideal of marriage and is an expectation for them to get married. But they also, that trend is international, where women are delaying marriage to later ages. And it says that it's because of like I was saying, they want to prioritize things that they want to do, like career or something else.
Let me say this, because I got a question for both of you guys. So before you answer, I want you to be able to answer this question as well, Inaz, okay? So with Inaz, my question was, do you think some of the problem, because we were saying that you were saying something about being independent. Women don't want to be independent. They want to be independent. Do you think that the problem too is that when you are dependent, you're kind of punished for being dependent? I mean, think about dating. If you're too dependent, you become needy, naggy, a little bit of, so a guy, let me finish my statement so you can answer it all at once. You become needy, naggy. That person who's a little bit too dependent on her mate is kind of like, oh, she just, it's a little off-putting. To think about it, I just want you to think about as a whole, okay? 2, when we were growing up, Miss Independent was popular. You wanted Miss Independent, INDEP. So it becomes a little confusing because one moment the trend is you want Miss Independent. The next moment is no, we don't want you to be Miss Independent. We want you to be so it seems like these trends are changing and people are wanting different things, and it just becomes a little confusing. What do you think about that?
So as far as me, for dependent, I think it just depends on what you can be dependent on a lot of different stuff. If you dependent on me for all of your emotional security and all that stuff, that's cool. If you depend on me to be your only friend in life, then that might be an issue. That is the scenario that you described as the negative. I don't think being dependent is necessarily a bad thing. I prefer a dependent person because
when you wish she's the right person, but what about when she doesn't know she's not the right person and she's coming,
See, the real man is gonna always tell a woman when she's the right woman.
So thank you, Ina.
Marcus, don't forget we know about your college years.
So, all right.
Can I tell the truth? I told the truth though. Didn't I tell y'all one time or 2 times, 3 times you can't do it and don't give no good? I've been clear on it.
Address that question to me, so I do want to answer it. So here's the thing, right? Like, I think there's like a certain degree of you need to be your own person, right? Because that man is like not able to micromanage you. If he's the type of man to provide for everything, he doesn't have the time, the capacity to micromanage you. So you have to be your own woman to a certain degree that like he can trust you. If I say like go left, you're gonna go left, right? Without like necessarily having too much pushback. I think there's a difference between like saying like, hey, there's this thing that I noticed if we go left that like you may have missed, right? Like giving that guidance, that counsel, because women have a different perspective than men. I think that's different than being combative of saying, no, I'm not going left. Right?
Well, combative and independent are 2 different things. I don't think that they're the same.
Yes, I totally understand. And here's what I wanted to get at about like the whole like Miss Independent thing. Mm-hmm. I think because there's been such a stigma around like an age gap that women are forced to look at men that are much closer to their age, who are not in a place to be able to support a woman who's more dependent on them. And so that's where like the era of Miss Independent has become popular, because we've closed the age gap that's considered socially appropriate. And so out of like survival for relationships, you have to be more independent. That's one part of it. The other part of it is that with the popularity or like the growing population of single motherhood or fatherless homes, however you want to phrase it, because they're both equally, like they're right there. The example that's been set is not one of like actual 2 people working together for a lifetime. It's not an example of marriage. It's not an example of like a traditional lifestyle. And so it's been like this thing where this is how we've been raised as women. And so you men have to accept it. And if you don't accept it, then you're vilified, right? I think sometimes like feminism has taken the desires of men in terms of relationship and has spun it in a way where like it's no longer socially acceptable that men are forced to accept things that they don't necessarily want to participate in. So I think it's twofold, where women have been forced to become independent because they don't know any better. That's how they've watched their mothers come up. Or they've been a part of like, they witnessed toxic relationships where not being independent has been their detriment. And the other part of that is like this vilification of men's desires. Right? So like it's the 2 things kind of colliding where like all of a sudden it's like relationships aren't really viable because men and women aren't actually able to build ground on how to cooperate together.
I was going to say
for just a
too.
second before you stop, because I want to ask
right.
because your question, because I have a question for you, because that was mistake. I mean, that was Inaz's, and you can add it onto this. Okay. So my question to you, because I heard what you were saying. Do you think that the reason why, I think Inaz was right, I think that women dream of a wedding and all of those things. I do, and they would ideally like to be in their 20s, but I think that the new generation, was it ZX, whatever it is, I think now, do you think that the reason why they moved away, because it's more of a selfish generation, meaning I want to travel, I want to do things for me, I don't want the responsibility of children right now, I don't want I see how you're struggling, that struggle does not look good at this age. Do you think that that's playing a role into it's kind of conflicting? It's, yes, I want to be married and I ideally want to see myself, but yeah, I also want to be happy. I don't want to wash dishes. I don't want to be cleaning up.
That's what I
don't want to be, I want to travel. I don't want kids right now. Like, do you think that that's where the
Yeah, I think is this push, well, now where the priority is your own happiness, right? And so because you're prioritizing your own happiness, that means if I get in relationship with somebody else, now I can't prioritize myself, right? And so I think that is the messaging that they're getting. And so then it's like, before I get into a marriage, I want to make sure that I do all of the things that are going to make me happy. And as a result, you delay marriage. I think the other thing too, speaking to the independent part, is, I'm not going to lie, I think women want to be independent when it's convenient. And typically that convenience comes when it's something that we don't want to do. Right? It's like, I want to do, that kind of stuff. So I really think women have a natural desire to be dependent on their man. But when we get in, again, the mindset of being happy and want to prioritize our needs, our wants, then we become or want to be independent when it's convenient.
Do you think they will ever actually achieve the happiness that they're going after?
No.
I think they can, but it will never be sustained. No, it will never be sustained.
So I have both.
So I think they find their happiness in things that are fleeting, right? Because happiness is an emotion. Emotions don't stay the same all the time. And so I think that's where we are getting a lot of things wrong in terms of the messaging of, if you're not happy, then whatever is making you unhappy, like if the marriage is making you unhappy, get out the marriage. If your career is making you unhappy, leave the career. If your kid, it's just so many things.
You can say if your kids make you unhappy,
no, I ain't gonna say that.
Yes.
I can say some men.
They are terrible women, mothers. Yes,
honestly, some women, absolutely. I have seen that where where I've said that they will just leave, and the fathers are stuck taking care of the kids because they said that they needed to find themselves, right?
Mistaken.
So I
trigger Mike. I want to address this. So, I hear you. I don't disagree with you, mistaken. I truly blame the bitter older generation of women for that. For the traveling, the wanting to be independent, for wanting to prioritize your own individual fleeting happiness instead of fulfillment, all of this stuff. I think that's been taught to women, right? It's been taught, listen, I haven't been able to live my life, so I'm going to live it vicariously through you. So I'm going to teach you these values that totally contradict the life that I've lived, right? This woman has had a man take care of her, and she still has this desire for education. So she's going to tell you, as her daughter, her granddaughter, you go prioritize your education. You go finish your degree before you get married. You go get that master's before you get married. You go do all of these things before you get married. Completely negating the fact that she had a husband the whole time.
Yep.
Right? Whether he
But
agrees.
sometimes that message is coming from daddy too, because daddy sometimes can whisper in your ear, listen.
So listen, let me
daddy, I got a dad. I mean, all the women I know got daddies. I don't know this fatherless.
So
We ain't them people. So
let me address that point, right? Because like I grew up with my daddy in the household. I will tell you right now, that man has told me from the beginning of time, if you pick the right man, you can still do all that stuff while still being married.
Woo, your dad is a smart man.
Yeah. My dad's been married for almost 40 years at this point, right? Like he's not a sucker.
But you also admitted that he's different from your uncle. No,
and yet
he's different from her uncles.
And yet,
I thought you were about to say most men mistaken.
Right. So as much as I said that my father is different than my uncles, the majority of my extended family is married with families, nuclear families. The majority of their offsprings are not divorced, right? Like this is a cultural thing that's taught to us, right? As a woman, you should be able to balance both as long as you are choosing the right partner. And the other thing about choosing the right partner is not only are they involved in the process of choosing the right husband, but like we have been taught from like under the age of 10, right? We were talking about wifey training earlier on. We have all received wifey training. All of the boys have received like husband training. Yes, granted a little bit later in life, but at the end of the day, like we were taught, like, listen, this is what it takes to make a marriage work. This is the purpose of marriage, because a lot of people are not taught the purpose of marriage, right? People think that it's supposed to be fulfillment and happiness and like butterflies and rainbows and like Disney endings. There's a genuine purpose to being married, right? We were taught that from a very young age, right? So like, as much as I have not met my person yet, and that's going to happen, right? We're putting that out there, we're manifesting it. At the end of the day, like there is a very specific path on how it is we're supposed to look at marriage, how it is we're supposed to look at a partner, how it is we're supposed to look at these things, and not education, not work, not anything is supposed to get in the way of actually finding a partner. Like the amount of times that like I've looked at people internationally, I've looked at people where like I would have to relocate or maybe change the type of work that I looked at because of my upbringing, right? Like the idea is, as a woman, you are supposed to be able to pivot so much more easily than a man because he is the leader. If I have to get up and move to a different country, a different continent or whatever, I'm prepared for that because I was taught that those are the things that come with finding the right partner. Whereas I think a lot of people, a lot of women now in this day and age, in like the modern era, well, no, you can't give those things up for a man because then that's going to leave you destitute. Right. And I think that's where like the programming from the previous generation can be detrimental if it's not marriage focused.
For sure. Okay, you guys, let's get these super chats in, and then I have a question.
As you read the super chats.
I can read them.
Go, Marky Mark.
Okay.
Did you want to? I thought you was drinking coffee.
You got it.
Oh. Why won't Jack knock it off for $2? I'm out.
He said y'all done took his whole little check, child. Thank you. We appreciate you.
Dub Will, $5. I like Marcus' idea. I want to invest in Derek Jackson Jr. Let's break these delusional heifers. As real men should. Men are always right when men are wrong. I need to put my Cash App up, right? So, is that how that works? I gotta get a Cash App. Why won't Jack just knock it off? I like your show. I wish it was more like Fight Club, though. Free to cam up and have a convo that works for me. I could never cam up with Coach K on the panel. I like my shorts dry, my mind is cute. Coach K.
Coach K bringing in the cash, honey.
Shorts are dry and mine. He say man, I ain't. Why won't Jock knock it off at $10? If you're not married and raised in feminist America, then you're probably a bisexual, free spirit, independent chick. That's just our culture now. Every chick likes chicks and love raw D. Copulation with strangers. Man.
Really now?
Wow. Why won't Jack knock it off? Whoa, all right, never mind. Coach K talking like a married woman again. She really likes deflating a man's hopes and shooting his shot at her. If you wasn't married, I could slide in them DMs. I cannot stand you, dutiful, loyal wives. Sancho needs his reps.
Who needs DMs when you can just do a super chat and just put it all out there? How about that?
Get it out. He don't need to knock it off. He is trying to knock it off. Well, I didn't read that last one.
Oh, that wasn't the one that he said to do for why?
The next one.
Yeah. Okay. Was it enough? All right. Why won't Jack knock it off for $10? Last one. No harassment, Coach K, but that bum of yours. Ooh, I'm out. Stay safe, awesome ladies, especially Coach K. #. I'm not your typical weirdo though.
Oh. But we appreciate you.
Shy, Sir Shy. Lizzo got money. I would wrestle her in the bed.
It's always such. And she has a pretty face, though. It's just her weight. She has a really pretty face.
The Baron Experience, $10. Great show and good topics. Men have always ran game on other men, especially when it comes to fathers and their daughters. That's a fact.
Yep.
Sir Shy, $2. Shan, I'm glad you didn't let the troll patriarchy on.
Oh, I don't know who patriarchy.
Patriarchy is on the text Sir Shy, bro. You know how you get down.
All right, I had a quick question, and then I did promise that I would drop the link for like a 5 minutes, and I'm gonna give the whole spiel on that. Okay, if, maybe nobody wants to come up, but I had a question for Mike. He's Trigger Mike. Are you still there?
I'm here.
Okay, great. My question, because I know one of the things that you stated when we first got into this conversation, you said that you feel like you are definitely single if you're not married. So maybe a year back, and I think Coach K remembers this conversation because she was on that panel. B. Taylor was punished for saying that she had a roster. And she clarified that she wasn't sleeping with the roster. She was just had people. So one, if something didn't pan out with one, she would have another. She was dating with the roster. How do you feel about the roster?
It doesn't look good on women. Now, we got to understand.
Do you think the word roster is the problem, or
no? It's not the word. It's the attitude. It's a masculine thing. Women are out here trying to parade around. Like women are out here. Essentially, what women are trying to do is the exact same thing men do, and they're expecting the same result or response from it. When a woman says she has a roster, I'm sorry, I hear ho.
It sounds bad.
I hear ho. That's all.
We all do. We all do.
I hear ho.
So word? Because I think it's the wording. So can you clarify from what you are saying to what she was saying?
Well, no, I mean, I remember the episode and what she was trying to clarify. The word roster will bring up that thing, but it's like you got to understand when women don't technically brag about these things and then want to be considered a lady afterward. So you got to be very careful. You can't say, "Oh, I got a roster like Ebony K. Williams." Oh, I've had them all, honey. You a hoe. That's the first thing. If you're going to brag like a man does, women usually are very careful. I've said it on my show.
Even if she stated very clearly she does not have. So what is whore?
This is what we're saying.
What is the definition of whore to you? Let's get that. I'm gonna write it down.
Of what?
What's the whore to you?
A whore?
Mm-hmm. What is a whore?
A woman that casually sleeps with a lot of men.
Okay, so she came and she stated that she's not sleeping with these. Okay.
Well, this is what I'm saying. Her when she said exactly. We don't believe her. We don't believe her. So this is the thing. You said she stated she wasn't sleeping with men. This is why women cannot be arrogant about their escapades, even with dating. You can't be arrogant like men are with it because we don't believe you. Every dude on this panel knows that especially if you're dating top-notch men that you actually want to pick you can't keep them around without sex.
You can't ask questions. Are you toxic? That's how men think you're toxic.
You can't keep so. You know what'll make a man trip? Like when let's say when you're like one of the top dog dudes and you know, you're that guy. And let's say you're driving, you live close to the girl you're dating, and you drive past, and then you see her in front of the grocery store with another guy. He drives a car just like you. Like, I know that guy. You know how much money he makes, you know. And then you confront her about it. Like, why didn't you tell me you was messing with old buddy? That's nothing. We just been chilling. You know, there's no way a man like of that caliber would stay around without sex. So you know you would be like, she lying, bro. She lying. She's smashing, dude, and that's why I'm not getting no ass or something like that. So that's what we don't believe women when they say.
Now I was gonna let you go. So I have a question. So I understand that the word roster is yeah, I wouldn't have, that's poor, you know, choice of words, I would say. And we've told her that as well. I don't think that that's what she meant. But what I want to ask you is, you stated earlier that you are single until you are married.
Yep.
And especially if you're a woman, that's the way you should move. So with that being said, how does that look? Should that look?
How does, I'm sorry, yeah, you got to.
How should that safely look? Take the word roster out. Poor choice of words. How should that look?
I can't tell you exactly how it should look, but I know what it'll disqualify you from. Like, say I was dating you or trying to figure out which women I was going to end up with. In that scenario that Trigger might just describe, if you couldn't, me personally, I wouldn't even bring that stuff up. I would have made a mental note, and then it just would have been a wrap from that day forward.
Yep.
What do you mean? I'm sorry. What was that? I'm sorry.
Like, if I see you that's obviously not your, and it looked like y'all was out there, like, you know what I'm saying? Was they making like some type
like
of
chummy? You know what it looked like chummy.
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
It's your dude.
Were you like, oh, that's what she on?
Yeah.
I probably wouldn't bring it, but at that point, you would be forever in my mind disqualified. Like, all right.
But assuming that so B Taylor is on a podcast, so she's speaking vocally. Yeah. So most women don't do that. So what does that look like for? So you're saying, I'm just trying to put to it because earlier you stated that you're single until you are married. Yeah. What is a way? How does that? I'm trying to visualize what that really looks like, and that safely looks like for a man, for a woman who wants to get married.
What that's the part where I don't think I follow, but let me try to answer. What it safely looks like is that, like the dating situation, I guess, how she can get away with get away with dating without being perceived like a hoe. Is that what you're asking?
For sure.
All right.
Because she's still single.
Great. She's still single. I've said it. Be careful. Women always got to be careful how they occupy intimate spaces with men. Perception is reality to everybody else. I come from a place where everybody knew who you were dating, who knew who you were cheating on. You go to any popular place, everybody like, oh, that's such a girl. Like, you see what I'm saying? So if a woman is doing that in such an arrogant fashion, and then when you confront her, she's like, I'm dating. You got to realize that you put that reputation out there for you. Women who are trying to be taken seriously by a man is also trying to be taken seriously by his community. So you are going to lie
about it.
No, she should be very careful with how she moves. If you're really trying to be pursued by a man and you want him, you have to protect your own image at all costs.
Oh, for sure.
So every man that you're like, that's why it's really important that women. Exactly. That's why women date. Women that date men casually and they might be serious about one. I think smart women, like I see my sister do this, she'll downplay all the other dudes. And then to the point where when they press, you got to be like, I'm so sorry. I can't even do this to you. I'm really into another guy. Whoop-de-whoop. Because they want to go out. They want to go out to all the places he took her and all that stuff. And she can't be seen out doing that when she's really trying to get picked by this one dude. That is the way women should be.
Okay.
Can I add this real quick? And I don't want to use B. Taylor as an example, but when you use words like roster and options to guys, we view it as if we are the other guys. So how you're treating us is typically how we see you are treating them. So when I think, if I think, yo, you dating other dudes and I'm busting it down, I'm already imagining all them other dudes getting the same exact treatment that I'm getting.
Even if she said that she's not. So
it doesn't matter what she said. It does not matter what she says.
Perception is reality. And remember when I said you are in charge, even if he's not your man, you are in charge of protecting a man's ego. Women don't even know this because Marcus actually said it. He actually he drove the point home. The second my boy comes to me and be like, yo, I seen that girl, it's over. I can never think of you as
you're
as a man.
assuming that the roster is normal people. So if you live in a metro area, which she does, the likelihood of, how do we know this is not a roster full of highly qualified people? You understand what I'm saying? I know she shouldn't have said it. That's not what I'm arguing. That's not what I'm arguing. I'm not arguing.
So I want to let me jump in, right? Because I think the men have done a really fantastic job of like representing the male perspective, right? And I want to jump in from the female perspective. Having a roster of highly qualified men, first things first, does not necessarily make you a qualified woman. I think that's where we need to start with that, right? The second part of that is like, whether you, as a woman, whether you have a roster or not, that should never at any point in time be public information.
Oh, for sure.
Because the moment you start to make a man feel like he's in competition with another man, we all know the male ego, for better or worse, they're going to opt out. They're going to immediately see you as a plaything, as a seat filler, as a sport fish, however you want to phrase that, right? Like, you're just no longer wifey material the moment you start pitting men against men. That's the second point. The third point is that in order to play your options appropriately, right? Because you're single until you're married. In order to play your options appropriately, there needs to be a level of exclusivity that needs to be maintained throughout that relationship, right? You can't be out here giving the illusion that you're willing to give just anybody and everybody a chance.
Oh, for sure.
You can't, right? But the idea of the roster is that like you're giving people a chance who may not necessarily qualify for a chance if you're going to market yourself as a quality woman.
So I wanted to so we know I'm not arguing with the roster comment. That's hands down.
But regardless of how you phrase the roster itself, right? Because like I hate that I'm putting this out there, but I don't care at this point, right? Like, I'm somebody who believes that women should exercise their options. You should pick the best candidate. If you are a quality woman, you have a multitude of men at your disposal, and so you should be able to sift them through to a degree where you have more than one option that you're genuinely vetting, right? Like, it should be a funnel system, right? And that's the idea of a roster. There's a funnel system. You have your starting line, you have your backups, you have like the guys that ride the bench, right? That's how the world really works. But you
like
can't
considering.
But you can't say
No,
it.
you know what? You know what? I'm not even gonna blow up because she's not wrong. But I think also what she's trying to say is that there's levels to this whole thing. Now, a man is actually supposed to be able to predict his position. The modern woman has an issue with taking it to levels with every man in order to just keep him around.
Not quality women. Not every woman is going to do that.
Well, what I'm saying is that if you are seen out with every dude that you're dating, you're doing something wrong.
Oh, for sure. Yeah. I think that Inaz is talking about. I think that.
So,
go ahead.
So, Shaya, I think the other part of that is like we've heard this time again, right? Like when women have their feelings involved, they put on their rose-colored glasses. They start to see these men in a light that they don't necessarily deserve, haven't earned yet.
True.
Right? And I think that's a factor in it as well. Because like, I think if we're going to be really honest about this process, there's a part of it where if men don't feel like they have earned the level of revere that they're receiving from you, they classify you as somebody who is easy and not necessarily wife material, right? Like, I know that's kind of like a taboo topic, but let's be really honest about that topic, right? Like, a man has to earn his place in your life. And so if you're going to be out here advocating for a roster, no matter what terminology it is that you use, or if it's just an action of how you're conducting yourself, if a man doesn't feel like he's earned that right to take that place in your life, you're not classified as wifey material, right? And yes, as women, that hurts our egos, it hurts our feelings, and like, great, everybody's entitled to like feel their feelings, but that doesn't change the reality of like how it is we navigate the system.
I like what you just said. I just wanted to get clarity, and I think you did a good job at clarifying like the terminology, the wording, all of that stuff. And that's what I wanted to understand, because I know that she was too. I wouldn't have used that word because that's just not my, and I just want to make it clear she's in the very, committed relationship. So I don't think she has a roster, but I just know how that was a trigger word, so to speak, and I just wanted to get you guys' input on that, because we were talking about being single until you're married and how that goes into play with being the single person until you're married.
Yeah, I
I don't agree with no roster, okay?
But
so
yeah,
anybody
I don't
else
agree with
wanted
that at all.
Did anybody else want to add on to that? Okay, I guess we can drop that link and drop it like it's hot. Drop it like it's hot. Okay, let's just go over the rules just in case there's a person who wants to. Now, if you don't want to come, you don't have to come. But if you do, just understand that we here are what some would consider bougie black. So we will behave ourselves accordingly.
Coach K is bougie black also. She just
yes.
She's just really light.
You always got that one in the bougie black neighborhood. So with that being said, please behave yourselves. If you decide to come, of course, it's optional, but I did promise I would drop the link. So I wonder, can I do it under this? Let me see if I can do it this way. It may not let me do it. Okay, it did. So
I think that's a great question though, Chan.
Yeah, I just wanted to know from a male, but like, how was that different? I know the word was a trigger word. Maybe that was
I mean,
the issue.
If we're gonna be dramatic about it,
but
if we're gonna be dramatic about it for a sec, that roster thing and women behaving like men, the worst part about it is that some men act like they're okay with it and they don't understand their nature. Right? Because you're trying to be fair and you've been taught your whole life that, well, whatever you can do, a woman can do also. That's just fair, without understanding that the whole time you've been battling in your mind, like why you no longer consider her wifey material, even though you once did. It's because at every chance she's trying to match you sexually, match you in the dating game. Like, she has an arrogance to her that is unbecoming of a woman, and that's why you disqualified her like that.
And that's boom.
Sir, let me just address this, because I'm so tired of these people. Listen, I'm hosting a show. I'm hosting a show.
Why are you responding to this?
So because I'm so tired of it. It's the reason why I took a break, and I'm just not gonna. I just want to speak up for myself. When you're hosting a show, you're gonna say things because you're trying to move a show in a certain way. That's just how hosting a show goes. If you don't like it, you have JR on Thursdays. You have Mike. What time is your show, Mike?
I don't know, man.
See Mike's show. There's so many shows that you can see. But
one of these days,
since I am the host of the show,
Money Marriage, go ahead, give me a thumbs up so I know it's you.
I'm going to speak because that's what hosts do.
So I just want to quickly address what Trigger Punk said, because I think it's important, right? I personally have not come across a man who is not aware of the fact of like what's going on, right? I think men feel shamed out of vocalizing how it is that they feel, but like they're very clear on the fact that the moment a woman moves the way a man would, that she's immediately disqualifying herself, right? And the other part of that is like, I think women need to understand, regardless of the fact that you're exercising your options, you cannot do it in a way that a man can, because you were not a man, right? There needs to be a level of femininity, of tact, of like responsibility in the way that you move and exercising your option that cannot replicate a man, because you're simply not a man. And if you're not interested in an equal partnership, if you're interested in a traditional relationship, you just can't take on that role because you're working against what it is that you actually desire.
That is 100% fact. So not only because you're 100% right, I'm speaking more on the male end as to the way he behaves when he does find out. In that moment, he disqualifies her. You will come back to realize that moment in time, but when it happens, it still hurts, it stings, right? And you're not even aware, because it's almost like saying, "You all right, bro? You good? You good? Yeah, I'm good with it. I mean, shoot, see who you want to see, but in your head." And this is actually very personal for me because I dated my college girlfriend on and off for 7 years. And when I finally got engaged to somebody else, and this lady went on a trip, and one of her last cry out type of things was, why can't it be me? And I sat there like, when did I actually realize it could never be? And it was that moment where she became arrogant in order to stab me and get me back after something I had done, where she made it known that she was kind of doing what she wanted to do, and she did it with somebody I knew. And she was like, well, I'm seeing such and such. And from that day forth, she was like disqualified. We could have sex as much as we want. We can even go out in public. We can go on dates. For that day, I realized that was the day was like, I'm no longer taking you seriously as wife material.
So my disqualifications was I know this is gonna sound really dumb. So I was dating a girl for a long time, and we went to a restaurant, and she was from out of state. So when she popped up, we went to the restaurant. She wasn't expecting me to be there, and the back of my mind was like, I feel like she's not looking directly at me in this conversation. And it was like a group of guys behind me, and I seen, and to me, it felt like she might have been looking past me a little bit, like maybe that they was gonna meet up because I wasn't normally gonna be in town that day or whatever. And I cut her off in my head at that day, and then I just looked for another reason to end the relationship after that. And then let me think, what was the other two?
Well, while you think about it, we have two guests who just came up. Welcome to the show. Would you guys like to I think money, I can't see. Is that money?
Money, marriage, and media.
Yes.
Would you like to,
you were first, and then we will let is that an R or a B? What is
Baron?
Oh, I gotta get my
glasses. For real.
What you got to add to the conversation?
They don't look good on me, honey.
Stand still, you're bouncing.
Mike, Mike, I cannot stand.
You made Mike forget a comment earlier. I wasn't listening. I heard him. I'm like,
go ahead, money.
Well, a couple of things. The first one is that somebody just mentioned the funnel. I can't remember who it was, but and that's I wanted to mention the fact that that's actually a sociological theory about mate selection. The theory states is that you have potential suitors and you working them out in the funnel and you're disqualifying them based on whatever you want to use. The interesting part of the theory says that when you get down to like the last two, most people end up picking the person that won't leave. Doesn't matter if they're the best person for you or not. We usually pick the person that we think will not leave us in the end. It's both men and women. Interesting concept, right? But the other thing that I wanted to talk about was how does the vetting process affect, the funnel that we're talking about? Because realistically, in most communities, the vetting process is really broken. I mean, most people, we don't even use the tools that we have readily available to us. Both men and women tend to avoid this situation for various reasons. But I think it's interesting that it's like the tools that we have available to us are older individuals in the community or in our family. Usually what we're talking about is either the patriarch or the matriarch of the family. for guys, like a good source of vetting, or guys who are marriage minded, a good source of vetting a potential wife would be like either your mom or your grandma who is married. It's like, I don't know, for whatever reason, guys, we don't want to introduce these potential wives to the women in our family as if, you know, they don't have experience being wives themselves. So I don't know, but for women, it's the same thing. It's like, it's supposed to be the patriarch in your family. Like, there are obviously a lot of fatherless homes in our community, but you're going to sit here and tell me that there are no uncles, cousins, or brothers in your family who could help vet the guy? I don't understand that. And then my last point is that the vetting process, there's a big misconception that, I don't know if it's just on YouTube, but we often talk about the vetting process as if it's just a one-time thing, and it's okay, well, that person's vetted, so no, it's supposed to take some time. So my thing is always, well, why are we not inviting these people who are potential mates to the family functions? So ladies, if you know that potential guy that you don't know if he's actually husband material or not, he should be coming to the family barbecue, so he get a chance to meet your dad and sit down and they can have a conversation.
It's because they know they made a bad choice, bro.
But if you had, okay, but my pushback to that is, if you're not married yet, then is it really a bad choice if you're not sure?
So let me, but before Mike jumps in, because I already know where he's going with this, right? I wanna preemptively jump in, right? As a woman who's not married yet, who does have a patriarch in the family, who does have a father in the household, who does like grew up in a 2-parent household, I want to address that directly, right? There's a two-pronged thing to your question. One is that the father's interest or the patriarch's interest may not necessarily align with the person who's intending on getting married's interests. There's a disalignment, whether it's generational, whether it's cross-cultural, whether it's whatever, right? And I say that as somebody who's a first-generation immigrant. My values growing up in a society that don't necessarily align with the values that I was raised with in the home, there is a little bit of conflict. And so there is a time period where I want to vet this person out for myself to see if we interact interpersonally, like one-to-one, right? Like this man specifically, with me as a woman specifically, are we able to make this function before I introduce him to my father, to align with like the grander scale of values that I've been raised with? That's one part of it. The other part of it, right, is I think to what Trigger Mike was saying, is that like there's this fear of like this person doesn't line up. And I will, on the internet, on the whole public worldwide internet, will admit to this, right? That like I have been in situations where I have coached my partner on how they will pass that test with my father. These are the questions that he's going to ask. These are the answers that you need to like be able to be prepared for, right? Like these are the things that he's looking for in the answers when he's asking you questions, right? Like there's a certain situation where like there's people from a certain class, a certain socioeconomic level, a certain like upbringing, a certain like region, a certain religion that you grew up in, whatever the metrics are, right? There's a difference between the decision maker and the person who's involved in the marriage directly, where there's a little bit of disconnect, where you're preparing the person, but you don't know if they'll still like heed your counsel and being able to like pass that vetting process, right? So I think that's the part where like people don't necessarily factor in terms of like, is this really going to work? Because if you're having somebody coach you through the process, you're going to pass with flying colors, but that doesn't necessarily mean that you're the right person for the job, because you've had that coaching on how to pass that interview. It's similar to like a mentor who's coaching you through like a career path, if they're able to let you know what it is that a person who's like at the next stage is looking for, and they're able to give you the right answers, but aren't necessarily invested in like your personal progression of like your readiness for that position. Some people might push you before you're actually ready to go there. Marriage really isn't that different, where like people will like prep you for things that you're not necessarily ready for, if that makes sense.
Mistaken must be on that T-Mobile hotspot because she keep on popping.
Mistaken got that jail internet.
Well,
go ahead, Baron.
Seriously, is white material. So my disqualifications were.
Can everyone hear me?
She has the app open as well, and we heard the echo. But go ahead.
Oh, okay. Oh, I was waiting for Money Marriage to actually answer what Miss said.
Oh, did you want to answer? I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah. Well, there were two assumptions made there that I didn't really say anything about. The first one is that you're not going to have any input in the men that you're vetting. I never said that. What I'm saying is that you should 100% only introduce that guy when you're unsure if he's husband material or not. So your vetting process doesn't change. The only thing that changes is we're going to use the tools that we already have available to us. And again, the chances of you being able to coach that guy through the vetting process from a patriarch, that's going to, remember, it's not just a one-time thing. It's going to be over several months. So you're not going to be able to give him all the answers to questions that may not come up. I mean, if we're talking about a 4 to 6 month period, how would you be able to coach him through that whole thing? That would be kind of.
I think that's kind of weird too, Enos. Like that's a lot. Like you're trying to cheat.
No, hang on. Let's live in like the real world and not the ideal world for just like a quick second, right? Because like again, I'm someone who grew up with my father. I know exactly how he moves. I know exactly how he functions. This is the only marriage he's been in. I know how he thinks. I know how he moves. I also know how he's raised me. I also know what his aspirations are for me. If you think I can't coach a man over a 4-month period, I'm telling you, my father was an absolute failure if I can't coach a man over a 4-month period on how to answer my father. I know that man through and through of what he's looking for, of how he's vetting, about like what his values are, all of this stuff. I need y'all to like literally give women just a little bit more credit.
It's not you. I'm not giving credit to. I'm talking about him.
Because here's what I'm getting.
Screw up.
No, here's what I'm getting at, right? Like, because I said this earlier in this podcast, right? When men have set a finish line for themselves, they will do whatever it takes, regardless of what it is, to cross that finish line for themselves. That doesn't necessarily mean for you. It doesn't necessarily mean for their purpose. It doesn't mean for themselves, right? Because that's really like the thing. You can't tell a man what to do. You can't tell a man how to be a man. You can't tell him how to move. You can't tell. But if he's decided this is the finish line I want to cross, he will heed your counsel, right? Like, let's be totally honest with that, because nobody knows, as a woman, nobody knows your father more than you as his daughter, as his possession, as a part of his legacy, as a part of like the extension that he's going to be to that. A man will heed your counsel. If you think a man will not heed your counsel over the period of 4, 6 months, a year, men have held out for longer because they've decided that that's the finish line that they want to cross. I don't know why we're pretending like men can't move the way that they want to move when they've decided that like that's how they want to move.
I think we have. We're just impressed that you've gone out your way to train this guy for months.
Are we honestly pretending that like women are not going to do what it takes to like see it through the finish line for a man that they want? Are we like we really talked about Derek Jackson's wife studying sex?
I just feel like it doesn't matter. I just feel like this. People are unpredictable. I think it doesn't matter how much you coach somebody. your dad can throw a curveball in there. It's got to be something you can't think of every single. I mean, you're sitting here having a conversation. You think of every conversation your dad could possibly, after he's seen this guy for months.
Yep.
Like everything that your dad.
Yeah, I think she could do
it.
That's not normal.
Sometimes it's not about the conversation either. Sometimes it's just watching how the person moves.
Like Marcus was saying, it just took that one time when he was able to see something, and just same thing that Trigger Mike said was something that they did. It wasn't expected. It was just something that it just threw them off a little bit. It's like
Give me 1 second. I have two very clear and distinct points that will address all of this. One, nobody understands men more than men, which means that nobody will excuse men's behavior more than men, right? Whether that man is at fault, whether that man is moving immaturely, men understand that because they have been men their whole lives. They know a man who needs guidance versus a man who needs mentorship versus a man who's totally taking the fun, right? Men understand that amongst each other. Us women, we don't really know how to read those signals the same way that men do. But the one thing I know as a woman is that men get men, which also means if a man, in a woman's perspective, if a man is not ready, it is very different than a man's perspective if a man's not ready. A man will look at that and be like, listen, maybe I need to give him a little more guidance. I need to give him a little bit more boundaries. I need to give him a little bit more something to do right by my daughter. Women don't look at it the same. And I think that's really the key point. Women don't look at men the way that men look at men. So the second point to that, hang on, let me land. There's a second point to that, right? There is no way, and I'm saying this truly, honestly, and as transparently as I can. There is no way that you grew up as a father, with a father, where you don't know how to have that man wrapped around your finger. As a daughter who grew up with a man her whole life, you know exactly what questions that man is going to ask. You know exactly what he's looking for. You know exactly how he wants his daughter to be treated. You know exactly what questions he's going to ask that man, that you are not in a position to prepare another man to face your father. There's no way. There's no way. If your father came in later in your life, or he's partially active or whatever, okay, cool, I get it. But if you have grown up with that man in your household day in, day out, your entire life, there's no way you can't prepare another man to face him. There's no way. I refuse to believe it.
So let me say this. I think you can absolutely finesse the system and all of that stuff. But you cheating yourself when you do that, because the test is for your good. And my next thing is, Bruiser. Is this Bruiser?
That's not Bruiser.
Oh, y'all just got the same name?
That's Bruiser. But let's not go out of order. Baron was first, and then we go to Bruiser.
I want to jump in real quick before we move on to Baron. Let me say something real quick to Nas before we
That's Bruiser's chair.
That's not Bruiser.
Who are you and what you talking with Bruiser?
That's not Bruiser.
That is Bruiser.
Y'all I can care less. Whoever he is, he's going after Baron.
You muted, bro.
Hold on. I just want to.
Bruiser's mannerisms, man. You explain yourself. Who are you?
Y'all, come on. Y'all know it's almost my nap time. Y'all know it's almost my bedtime.
You got to unmute yourself, bro.
I'm on a curfew.
This is Bruiser's brother. This is Bruiser's brother. So
hold on.
Listen. This is Bruiser's.
He even sound like Bruiser.
Hold on, Bruiser. Hold on, Bruiser. Hold on. I just want to make say something real quick to kind of counter what Inaz is talking about before we move on to Baron, because you're after Baron, Bruiser. So you are right. The daughter can kind of try to finesse the system, but this is what you're missing. As you guys know, my daughter actually the guy has to come here, right? That's step one. Step two, that she didn't see coming, I invited the young man out to eat. Just me and him sitting down having a conversation. Okay, so you could coach him through those two things, but I was looking for something else very specific when I took him to go play basketball. I was looking for something very specific that she would have no idea of what I am looking for out of the young man. So I understand what you're saying.
Can I guess?
But men, as you eloquently put it, men understand men.
Can I guess
So
what you was looking for?
when I put him in a situation, there's certain responses I'm really looking for. When especially in a competitive sporting event, yeah. But I found out more about him when I brought his guard down and put him in a situation to where he couldn't think about the conversation necessarily that we would have, or how he would or alter his response because I'm there, because it was something very specific. Anyway, I understand what you're saying and I kind of agree, but when you got somebody that's involved and that's paying attention to the details, he's not gonna be able to pull the
Give me
wool
2
over,
seconds, Enos.
because if he's perfect, we're gonna keep going at him until we find the dent.
Real fast.
I'm gonna
I
go ahead
think
and tell
what
you.
she's saying is she just knows her father's personality. And maybe that's how
No.
you would dig a little deeper. But I think that what she's saying is she knows, if I'm not mistaken, she knows how he is. He's been this way with all of her relationship. He's pretty by the, he has a script that he goes by, and she knows that about her dad. And obviously she's done it before and it's worked. That's why she knows this script. It's the script.
Did it though?
That so like
Is that normal though?
AP.
Yeah, it's normal. Like my daughter tried to prep the dude to come over here. That's normal. It's normal for him to try to prep. Hey, expect this.
But she's saying it's working though. So I'm saying, is it normal for it to work, to have that level of success?
See my daddy.
I want to say this, right? So like, AP, I know your daughter's significantly younger than I am, right?
Mm-hmm.
So there's a 2-pronged answer to that. So one, if you think your daughter does not know you well enough to know the curveballs you're about to throw at like her partner, I think you were severely underestimating your daughter. That's one. 2, money, marriage, and media. I will say that it worked because it has saved me more than once from marrying a man who is not equipped to be the man to lead me in marriage. So yes, 1000%, it absolutely works, because I will tell you one thing: no matter how much I have doubted my father in the process, that man has yet to be wrong. Yet to be wrong. To the point where now I am preemptively, as I am still vetting men to be a husband, I'm like, okay, how's my dad going to think about this situation? How is my dad going to look at this person in the way that they're dealing with things? So he's still batting 1,000. Yeah, my father is still like, that man has still yet to lose, because I have not married a man who is not fit to be my husband.
Okay, Baron.
Can you all hear me? Oh, okay. Yeah. So, I wanted to speak to what Inaz was saying. But wouldn't you think that is very, very counterproductive to actually coach a man to meet your father? Because isn't the meeting supposed to be organic? And if he fails, it fails. But if your father doesn't like him, wouldn't it, like, I don't know, if your father, shouldn't it be better that your father doesn't like get to meet the real him, other than him being coached? I'm just asking.
That's a wonderful question. So it's not about my father not meeting the real him. It's about, like, if this person becomes the person who's going to be my husband, who's going to lead my household, right? The last thing I want to do is put him in a situation where he's caught with his pants down. So I don't have to be married to him in order to be the type of woman that's going to provide him with a vantage point that he doesn't have himself naturally. Right? I understand that my position as a woman is to see things that he may not be able to see, and vocalize that. Whether he wants to take that opinion and adjust to it or not is on him as the leader of the relationship. But I don't believe that him leading starts at the point of marriage. I need to see that example before marriage, which also means that I need to conduct myself as a wife before marriage. So that means like, hey, listen, these are the questions my father is going to ask. These are the expectations that my father is going to have. Whether you choose to meet that or not, that's on you as a man. But you can never look at me as somebody who's engaged in a relationship with you and say that you left me in a position to be blindsided. That's my vantage point. So I'm preparing him so that he's not able to look at me and say that, like, you put me in a position where I'm going to look like a terrible person. You will always be prepared, whether I'm your wife or leading up to marriage, I'm going to be that person. It's just my nature as a woman who wants to be married, as a woman who wants to have a family, as a woman who wants to be led by a man. I'm always going to prepare you for the challenges that I know are coming ahead before marriage. That's it.
That begs the question: do you think that most women are better at selecting a husband or getting to know a man than men are?
No. And that's why they still have to go through my father before getting to marriage.
So
right?
You're kind of talking about an exception then, right? Because
no.
If
no.
most women
don't really do that.
Yeah, if most women can't do what you're doing, then that is the exception.
Most women are not doing it.
So I want to let me preface this, right? So there's two parts to that question. One is that a lot of women don't have a father that has been in their household from their birth until the age
Even
of
those
marriage.
that do.
Right? That's one. Two is that not all women who have had a father have a father who is genuinely interested in the legacy of like building their partner, right? Not all marriages are healthy marriages. And I think that's the other part that we need to differentiate. I have, like, on this podcast, on every podcast that I've been on, my father has been a prime example of what marriage looks like for me. I aspired to have a husband who is very much like my father because my father was a positive male role model in my life. Not everybody has had that. As much as we emphasize two-parent households because they are significantly better than single-parent households, not every two-parent household is a healthy example of what marriage looks like. I have been fortunate enough to have that. And so I can turn to my father, and if my father says, I don't think this is the person for you, I can heed that counsel because he's demonstrated to me that he can be a healthy male role model.
Okay, I got a question.
To some degree, I'm the
before we go to the next, because he was next. So.
Oh, okay.
Did you have any more questions, Baron?
Yeah. I mean, I had like two questions to ask for you, Shante,
go ahead,
and
sweetie.
for you. Okay, yeah. But I wanted to finish up with Inas. So if you bring home, whoever you're dating to meet your father, and your father tells him to kick rocks, what are you doing? Because a lot of women say that they respect their father, they respect his opinion, blah blah blah. But when the rubber hits the road, they will pick that man over their father's advice. That's usually mostly what happens.
I have not. I have never gone against my father's advice in terms of picking the right partner. And here's the thing. Because my father is a protector, a provider, a professor, a man who's been married for almost 40 years, a man who's been successfully married and is happy in his marriage, which is also a difference. I'm not veering away from his advice. I might have conversations with him and say, like, hey, Dad, like, this is what I'm thinking. This is how things have changed. And we'll have a conversation about it because he still values my opinion, but he will still counsel me. I have yet, like, there are two men, of all of the men that I've dated, who've made it to actually being able to have a conversation with my father, both of which my father was like, I'm not really sure about these men. And both of them have made themselves examples as to why they will never be fit to be my husband. My father's yet to be wrong. Why would I go against his counsel when he's batting 100? He has a perfect score. He's 2 for 2.
So he told you, okay, he's not sure about these guys, or you shouldn't be with those guys. What did you do? Like after he said that, like were you still dating them? And then
keep this going, y'all.
Yeah. So I'll make my answer really quick. So I have vocalized to my father of like, hey, Dad, this is why I think they would make for good husbands. And his answer to me, because my father is also the type of man who trusts the way that he's raised me, has been like, all right, well, let's allow time to show the both of us.
Gotcha.
And both times, he's been 100% right. That's how my father has been. He trusts me enough to like trust his raising of me, that he understands that like he's instilled the values of me to choose the right husband. He's just there to reinforce the decision or deter a wrong decision. That's it.
Okay.
Bruiser's brother, you're next.
How y'all doing?
Good. How are you?
Yeah, I'm Bruiser's brother. I'm not actually Bruce. I'm sorry if I confused a few of y'all.
It's okay.
Yeah, I'm just in town.
Welcome.
And he brought this up, and we was looking at it, and I was looking at the actual title, and it was saying something about is it cheating if you're single? So I see that y'all kind of got a little bit off topic. And y'all was talking about something that I really was trying to catch on to what y'all was talking about, so I can try to chime in, but I really couldn't.
Well, you can bring it back. Go ahead, ask us your question.
Yeah, I see that that y'all got off topic, because the question itself is it cheating if you're single? So like, what kind of question is that? Like that's what I'm asking. Like, what kind of question is that? How is it cheating if you're single? I mean,
so for clarity, when we say single, that technically to us means you're not married. So marriage means if you're single, when you get your census or when you push single.
Okay, so you're talking about like if you're dating someone, if you're with someone and you're not necessarily married yet, but you're you're asking the question if you got a girlfriend, and is it cheating if you fool around on her, being that you guys are not married? So that's what the question is.
Correct.
Okay, so here's my answer for that. I would look at it like this.
Okay.
I feel like you first have to be a girlfriend, a good girlfriend. I have a friend that's downstairs right now, beautiful woman, and I'm kind of filling her out. She's filling me out or whatever. I feel like of course it's cheating. I would say yes, it's cheating if you're single, like if you're putting it in the state that you're putting it in. Because I feel like if you're dating someone like me, if I'm gonna date someone, I like to be with one woman, and any woman that I date is a potential candidate of being my spouse. So yes, I would say yes, it's cheating, because like I said, you have to be a good girlfriend before you can become a good wife. So yes, essentially it is cheating. Legally, it's not, but yes, it's cheating. Like, yeah, if you want to put it that way, I would say yes, it's cheating. Definitely cheating.
I like Bruiser 2.0.
Well, that's the same thing that AP said. You know, I listen. I value your opinion, and I agree too. I think that you should definitely be monogamous. I think that that's just what you should do.
I mean, because I'm just not a dirty person. I'm not finna be around here sleeping with multiple women at once, and it's just if I give you the label of my girlfriend, eventually I want to take it to the next. You know what I'm saying?
So a lot of, I think the problem is Bruiser too. A lot of people are not. We were saying, if you know that you're serious, because that was one of the things I brought up. You know that you're serious. It's an courting phase. And you guys are both moving towards the same thing. I think that's totally different. But we know a lot of people don't move that way these days. You know, they're in these relationships. And so that's the reason that those are really the people that we were talking. This seems like you're courting, and that's a little different from the regular dating. So I would see that as a little bit different. And also, I believe cheating is not just sexually. Cheating can also be I'm maybe emotionally, attaching myself to somebody else, or I'm giving somebody else my time. That
you could be texting someone. You can be anything
sure.
that's taking your time away from your partner is considered cheating. I would say.
Sure.
Yeah, anything, because.
Oh, so you got a problem with that, AP?
I'm just saying, like, I'm just saying, like,
yeah.
I mean, you could be, you might have friends, you know what I'm saying? Like, you got, I have a lot of female
but
friends.
Listen, real friends.
And
That
you got,
person
and you got
is
those
like
potentials.
the homie.
You have those potentials.
Yeah.
A real friend is someone that, if you really are a friend, and say, for instance, you just text her out the blue one night and you say, hey, I've been feeling you, and I want to come through, and if she bites, that's not really a friend. She was really there just waiting her turn. Now your real friend is gonna look. You already know we just friends, so they're gonna put you in your place.
Gotcha. Yes. So if it's okay, go ahead.
Yeah, I have a little bit of pushback for that, because I think we play this game where you don't know who's in it for a vested interest and who you're intentionally putting in the friend zone to mitigate their feelings, whether it's men or women. I think both genders do it equally. You know who's in it because they're just waiting for their opportunity. They're just waiting in the wings. I think vulture is the common term for what these type of friends are. We all know who they are. So I think this idea of pleading ignorance as if we don't know which one of our friends is one of those people does just a disservice to this conversation altogether. That's one. Two, if you're generally seeking counsel in that person, knowing that they're this vulture, I think that you have some reservations that you don't quite feel comfortable vocalizing just yet. You're waiting for somebody else to give you permission to have those feelings before you decide to act on your reservations, right? I think men do that way more often than women do. I think women are more combative with their friends that have reservations than men are. I think men are more susceptible to whether it's a female friend or a male friend, the moment they are I don't know about this person, men are willing to con it out until they find better. I think men are willing to fulfill their obligations until they have the opportunity with the person that they really want than women are. I think women are far more willing to settle until they're given open, clear opportunity to have an actual chance with the person that they truly desire versus men.
Man, when you speak about friends and men versus women, just from my experience, I feel like
you sound like Bruiser for real now.
I feel like
He's
men,
Bruiser.
well, that is my little brother, So he tried to be like me a lot, but nah, I'm just playing. He is his own person, but I'm very proud of him. But anyway, friends versus friends, men having women versus women having friends. I feel like men know what they want, and as soon as they see that it's something that they're the woman is not putting out, they're gonna look elsewhere, and they'll probably ghost you. They're quick to ghost you because a lot of men don't like to admit that men don't know how to break up with a woman. They just leave. You know what I'm saying? A lot of men do not know how to break up with a woman. Some men do, but some men don't. And then women having friends, women will keep you around as a friend because you are a potential candidate, but they have their eyes on the guy that's really not paying them no attention. So they're really trying to get them.
So I'm gonna call you Cruiser just out of respect.
That's cool. That's cool.
Cruiser. Okay, perfect. So Cruiser, I'm gonna say this to you, and I'm gonna ask you this as a genuine question, and it is a leading question. So I'm gonna be transparent.
That's fine.
So 2 questions. 1, do you know the women that you are friends with that are waiting in the wings for their opportunity with you?
I don't have those kind of friends.
That's not the
Friends
question.
downstairs.
Hang on. That's
Perfect answer.
No, it's not, because that's not the question.
Perfect.
Are you able to identify those women? Yes or no?
Yes, of course. I could see through that. Like quickly,
Perfect.
I could see through that. But I wouldn't
So
even put
here's
them in the
question
friend zone if I know what they're after. If I put a woman in the friend zone, I'm not attracted to her.
So here's question
My
number,
guy.
here's question number 2, right? Because I love that answer. I think it's a perfect answer. I agree with AP on that front, and Trigger Mike, who made a very clear visual reaction to that. So here's question number 2, right? If you are seeking counsel in another woman, right, about a woman that you are looking for as a wife, are you factoring in the fact that that woman is also waiting for her opportunity to be with you specifically?
That sounds high schoolish. I will never
My
go to
nigga.
another woman about a
We don't
woman
say
that
the
I
N
want.
word.
Because listen, let me tell you something about being a handsome and attractive man. When you speak to, if you're very confident and you know you're handsome and you know you that guy, and you go speak to another woman, just the way you thinking about this other woman, or even just has showing interest in this other woman, is going to pique interest in her. She's going to pique interest in you automatically. So she's probably not going to give you all the answers that you want in order to succeed in getting that other woman, because now you done caught her attention. But I would never seek information for another woman through another woman. I would never do that.
So, okay. So here's where I'm conflicted in your answer. One is in terms of like seeking information about another woman through a friend, through the nature of like friendship.
I got sisters and I got sisters and cousins I can do that with.
Give me a second, right? Because like this is where it's important, right? Because I love that clarification. Through friendship, in a woman who is interested in building something with you, I concur with you. I think that's beautiful. I think that like your level of self-awareness to identify that and distinguish that from an opinion that you're willing to validate through that relationship, I think is really important. However, that being said, I think because this is the internet and people like to clip the part of the conversation that they want to and spin it in the way that they want to,
right?
It's still important to have another woman vet a woman to be able to see your blind spot, right? Whether that's your sister, whether that's your mother, whether that's an auntie, whether that's a friend who's genuinely 100% platonic, who never wants anything to do with you in a romantic setting. It's still important to have the perspective of the gender that like is able to see things from a perspective that you're not able to see things.
Not cutting you off. I'm not cutting you off. I understand what you're saying by getting another woman's point of view on things. But let me tell you how women are. Women are evil. Women are evil, especially when it comes to other women.
My ninja.
Like listen, women do not, I don't care if they don't know each other. Like, have you just take, for instance, you walk through the mall, you got a beautiful woman, you know she's beautiful. And you see other beautiful women. And if this girl looks better than her, or she thinks this girl looks better than her, women are going to give each other the like that ugly look, that stank look. Men, on the other hand, if we see another handsome guy, we know how to give them props. Oh man, I see you. Women can't do that. So you can't really take true advice from another woman for another woman. It's not going to always be genuine.
Let me jump in there.
Hold on. The key point is what she said is a woman that is not vested in you in any kind of romantic
it still
way.
doesn't matter.
So if it's your sister,
you still got a woman speaking for it.
But hold on.
Got a woman.
If it's your sister, your mother, or something like that, they will have your best interest at heart. Prime example, I know like experience that I had with my brother. When we met his girlfriend at the time, immediately it was something that did not sit right with us, that he could not see. We were having a conversation with him, just like, is this, and this. As a man, you can't tell a man what to do. He's going to do what he wants to do. He ends up, getting with her, marrying her, everything that we were saying that just wasn't, he was like, now he's like, I wish I had listened to you guys.
Let me clear this. Let me clear up the.
Before you go, I will be real quick. So Cruiser, I want to say this. There's like this weird misconception that all women are competitive to the same level. I assure you, if that woman is more submissive, if she's more beautiful, if she's more your type, the majority, and I'm not saying all, the majority of women will concede. The majority of women will be like, yep, I get it. It's a very small, very loud minority of women that are going to fight that based on the fact that they feel entitled to you in a way that is not necessarily representative of their actual entitlement to you. And I think that's where like the differentiating factor exists. Most women, if they see you with somebody who's more beautiful than they are going to be like, yep, I get it. It might be a jealousy factor that they'll feel like, well, I want him more, so he should be with me. But most women will understand why you are with a woman who is more beautiful than they are.
They were like, oh, they compliment each other. Oh,
that's still like sideways shade though. Like women just like it's
like,
still sideways shade. Like it's still sideways shade a little bit, man. I mean, I grew up around a lot of women, and I got a lot of sisters and aunties and stuff like that, man. I be knowing all the little sideways shade. Oh, they so cute. They don't really mean that. They don't really mean that shit.
I'm just going to comment on the part because remember, it's the equality thing, right? Men don't typically use the word vet to describe what they do in reference to bringing someone to the woman. You do, however, want the approval of the women. We can say that. I want my mom, my mother, the matriarch of my immediate family to approve of the woman I bring home. She is obviously going to be a member of her family as well. So we do look for approval. Like, I don't think anybody goes around saying, I hope my mom think my girlfriend's a bitch. Like, no, you want her to be, but we also do it for different reasons. You take her around your mother so you can see how she responds to an elder. That literally there is no grounds for disrespect here. How you going to move? How you going to behave? And like Mistaken said, we're going to do what the hell we're going to do anyway. Mm-hmm. It's just that we would rather have that approval. It's like, all is well in the world. My mom approves. My sisters approve. But we don't need it. The bad part is that we can obviously see in this world where girls do not take their men to their fathers. They do need it. That's the worst part because, they're terrible at making choices for themselves.
Men are too, though. I've seen men in situationships, relationships, where you could clearly see, like, how did he end up with her? Because you could clearly see the toxicity or what have you. So I do think men need guidance, but I don't think they need guidance in the same way that women do. I think there's a difference. But again,
I think women can spot out a snake. Like, I think that sometimes
they can, because a woman knows another woman's nature as much as men. And I know on here you guys do make valid points, a lot of valid points about women. But just like you, as a man, a woman could never truly know what it is to be a man, pick up certain things the way that, men can see in other men. Women have that same nature when it comes to other women. Yeah. And I think sometimes that gets overlooked and you can end up in a bad situation.
Not all the time, though. Most times that's never the case. But most times that's never the case. Women will always try to big up each other. Like even when they see something, they will be the ones to tell you, okay, just go through with it. I don't really see women kind of Well, maybe that's just
not family members. Your family members, your female family members are not going to do that in that case.
Mm-hmm.
They're going to be looking at, they have your best interest.
But they will tell you, but they will use a very tactful approach, though. They won't just come out directly and tell you, okay, we don't like this girl. We want you to, like, the females, they wouldn't do that. The males would, but the females, they wouldn't.
I'm going to say this.
Darren, I can't rock with you on this, bro. The reason I can't rock with you on this, the one thing that your family members, especially those who truly have your best interests at heart, when it comes to females, they will nitpick your chick to death to the point to where you will, like, they're going to tell you everything that's wrong and everything that's right. They're not going to, like, if they have your best interest in mind, they're not going to BS around and be like, like, they don't want really anything from you.
So, let me say this, right? Because, like,
that's just my opinion.
I understand. So I'm going to say this totally transparently. The women who make those types of comments in terms of, like, nitpicking are women who don't understand your threshold as a man. I'm going to say that one more time for the people in the back. The women who nitpick about a man's partner do not understand your threshold as a man. Here's the other side of that. Men understand more so than women understand the type of partner that it is that they are choosing. For better or for worse, men have a more holistic approach in what it is that they're getting themselves into and are opting into it, understanding the good and the bad, what they're willing to put up with and what they are not. Men are far more realistic and less idealistic than men are of saying, these are the woman's bad qualities that I'm willing to put up with forever, than women are. Women will convince themselves that they're willing to put up with certain things forever and become realistic with themselves once they're in that marriage or in that long-term relationship. That is the difference between men and women. That is also the difference between women vetting for men and men vetting for women. There is a different vantage point of threshold. So hang on, give me 1 second. I'm almost there. Here's the last point. When it comes to men, men have their baseline of BS that they're willing to put up with forever. Men have already decided, worst case scenario, this is what I'm willing to stick through. Women go into marriage, a best case scenario, this is what I'm willing to live through. The vantage points of going into marriage are significantly different between men and women. Men have the advantage of they're saying, like, this is the worst I'm willing to put up with. And women are saying, this is the best that I deserve. So when it comes to men going into marriage, they're already planning for the excuse me, the long haul, whereas women are not.
So, this is just me and my experiences. I prefer the nitpick. It works for me because then I can actually make the decision. Like, there are things that we typically just don't see. Like when Mike was talking about earlier, getting the 6, right? There are things that we just may overlook. So the small little details, those things can add up, and women are great at it. And I love it. I love it that y'all have that ability because we see big picture. Y'all see all the tiny little puzzle pieces that are fitting in the middle, right? So you'll say, okay, so she has a big head. I'm just using some weird shit, okay? She has a big head, small lips. Your baby's gonna look like shit. Like, no, that's the kind of shit that's the stuff y'all see. It's weird. It's weird shit. And I'm like, oh, you know what? With my dome shaped head, you right. And I'm just saying, y'all nitpick the littlest stuff, but it helps us make the best educated decision because we're still gonna make the ultimate decision.
And I think too, especially when it's your family member, it is a matter of trying to vet and see the type of woman that you need. I know we had a conversation before, or I remember talking about, do men pick the women that they want or the women that they need? And I think when women are involved, like if I was with my son or things like that, I'm going to be looking at the woman from a point of, I know my son, I know the type of woman that he needs because I know where his weaknesses are. I know where he would need that extra support from a woman who he chooses. And I think that's the difference when a woman is looking for, looking at the mate of that person. That's what they're looking for. They're not looking, oh, she's cute. Okay, she's a cutie. So that first part, be like, all right, she matches the look that we know that guy wants, right? Mm-hmm. But then beyond the looks, it is looking at how is she moving, things like that. Like when my daughter-in-law first came over, I'm watching her. I'm just watching. And then later on, me and my husband go and we talk, and I'm just like, I don't know, and then I had the conversation with my son, like, here's some things that I'm just a little concerned about.
Yeah, you direct.
Maybe well, we was in a house, we had dinner. She didn't offer to help. Like, do you need any help? Or when the food was ready, she didn't get up to try to make his plate. I kind of had an issue with that, so it was little things that I'm looking like, does she have a serving spirit? Is she going to really help him, or is she looking for him to do all the work? So those are things that I was looking for. And then when we had the conversation, he had to let me know, Ma, that kind of stuff doesn't bother me. Like, I know you do that for Dad, but I don't care about that. I like making my own plate because I know exactly how much to put and what to put, and she really doesn't. And so I'm like, oh, okay, that's not a big deal. But in my mind, I'm like, well, as your wife or soon-to-be wife, she needs to be asking, well, how do you like to get your plate made or whatever? But for him, that wasn't an issue for him. But for me, I'm looking at, like AP said, just minute details that I know the type of person that he is, the level of support he's going to need.
Oh, man.
I wanted to bring up something because I've said this before, is that a lot of times a big problem is that we have a generation of individuals that have been raised to be soldiers in the gender war, meaning that we've raised our kids to not trust the opposite gender. I think how it relates to what we're talking about now is that you get a generation of kids of women who don't trust the dad to vet. That's why they don't introduce the guy. We have a generation of men who are saying that, well, my mom don't know nothing about no relationships or marriage because she's single mom anyway, and she out here working. But the reality is that each parent has had a lifetime of experiences. That's why I said the vetting process is broken in our community, because we just don't trust the older generations. We've got to do a better job of raising our kids to work in cooperation with each other, because otherwise we're just going to keep repeating the same results. The other thing I wanted to mention is that I agree with you, Ms. Taken, in the fact that you gave a great example of what can happen when we do raise our kids to trust the opposite gender. It's like your son trusts you, even though he's saying that he don't care about that stuff. All the married men on the panel know, that you're gonna care about that later. Because it's as his mom, you don't care about how fine she is. And you also don't care about how good her sex game is. And so those are things that trip a lot of men up when it comes to making a choice for a wife, is that we get caught up in a lot of things that get superficial. But the only thing I'm gonna say about that is that the other thing I want to mention is that women will curve men overtly. They will shut it down, in the guy's face. Men, however, will curve women covertly. They're not going to say it. Marcus gave a great example of that. What usually happens is the guy will just keep having sex with her until something better comes along. I think Tricker Mike spoke about that earlier, is where he was with that girl for an extended period of time, but then the minute his wife came along. Well, yeah, this is around. This is not gonna work anymore. So, but yeah.
And I have a question for Shante about that. Can I go ahead? Okay. Yeah. Yeah. I remember when you were talking to Trigger Mike, you was asking him about roster. Yeah. So I have a question. Like when your friends, one of your friends come along and tell you, "Oh, I have a roster of men I'm seeing," what comes to mind? Like,
well, my friends would never use that word.
No, let's say if they used it, okay. Hypothetically, what's the first thing that comes to mind?
I don't know.
Is she a hoe? Just say it. Just say it.
Damn. I think
that be nice. You would be like, oh, she.
I think that so I'm gonna say this. I think that was a poor choice of words that B. Taylor, because we were talking about B. Taylor. I think that was poor choice of words for B. Taylor. And me have spoken to B. Taylor off the screen. I know that she doesn't move that way. I don't know why she chose that. I think that she tried to clean it up. I think
I saw that episode. I saw that
but
episode.
I do have friends who exercise their options. And I think it's more along the lines of the way Inaz stated. It's like you're dating. And I think that when people are serious with people, if they see a guy, one thing about women, this is me. This is just me. I can't say women. It's just me. When I find somebody I like, it's hard for me to even concentrate on anybody else for real. So whatever option there was, it kind of just dwindles away anyhow. So, because my attention is focused on that person. I don't even know how to.
Yeah, because I know that if a man hears that, they will be repulsed. Like regardless whether she's having sex or not, like they will be really repulsed by that.
And I want to clarify real fast before you say. I want to clarify. I didn't agree with the terminology. I didn't agree with that at all. You will hear me say consistently, I don't agree with that. It was just the conversation because I wanted to get clarity on the question, because we posed the question in the beginning about are you single until you married? I just wanted to know what that looked like. Does that look like a roster? Does that look like, I just wanted to know from a male's perspective.
So before Baron or any of the other gentlemen respond, see, y'all know I like to give smoke to both genders, right? Men are totally fine being on the roster as long as it's not a potential wife.
Facts.
It's literally just about the delicacy and the way a woman presents her roster that makes the difference of whether she's wifeable or not. That's it. Because a woman is entitled to her options for the best mate as much as a man is. Because if a woman picks the wrong person, what's the feedback from men? You picked wrong. You didn't invite enough people to vet properly. You didn't do your job in terms of vetting that man out. You didn't pay attention to the red flags. We put the onus and responsibility on her. So the reality is that women have a roster. They're just not allowed to present it as a roster in order to preserve the integrity of the man that she actually chooses, because he can't look like the default win. He has to look like he's earned the championship ring. He has to earn that shit. Because if it's a participation trophy, he's not really husband worthy, and she's not a representation of what his capabilities actually are. So it's impugnant on women to maneuver that situation with the level of delicacy that keeps that man's ego intact, that I think a lot of women are missing out on. I think because a lot of women have been raised to be these strong, independent Black women, that we move with the same vigor and vitality that men do, without necessarily factoring in the feelings of the person that we're choosing at the end of the day. And if we're not doing that carefully, we're shooting ourselves in the foot and condemning ourselves to be the independent woman for the rest of our lives.
What she said.
But I think that is because if a man, like, even if you're trying to handle it very delicately, if a man even gets a whiff that you're talking to someone else, because men can usually sometimes sense that out. Like when they get a whiff of that, they are putting you in a box.
So Baron,
Nah, bro, we idiots, man. Come on now.
No,
What?
it's not even about idiots, right? Because again, I think men feign this level of like disintelligence in order to preserve masculinity. Let me put this plainly from a woman's perspective, right? No man that I have ever come across at any stage of my life, professional, personal, romantic, platonic, whatever the nature of the relationship is, wants to feel like he's getting a participation trophy. Every man wants to feel like when he chooses a woman that he's like the big dog on campus. Right? There's no question about that. Regardless of the nature of relationship, every man wants to feel like he's at the top of the totem pole. And that's not a bad thing. I think women demonize that in a way where like, you know, men's egos are too much. I think a man's ego to a certain degree is really healthy and really important to the nature of a relationship, regardless of the nature of the relationship. The other part to that is that at the end of the day, if a woman is not working to make sure that her man that she is choosing does not feel like the top dog at all time, she's not truly living in her like ultimate femininity. If that man does not feel like he is like he's desirable to all women, he's like, you know, the top of the food chain, all of this stuff, she's not really doing her job right? And like this might make me sound like a pick me and whatever, like I'm cool with that, but at the end of the day, as a woman, your man that you choose, because as a woman you have far more options than a man does. Even at a high value man, as an average woman, you have more options than the average person. If you are not making sure that that man feels special, that that man feels elite, that man feels valued, that that man feels seen, that that man feels like he is the leader of the relationship, if you are not doing your job as a woman, that's really where the competition as women comes in. That's really where another woman has space to squeeze in and be like, I'm more fitting to that man's view, that man's program, that man's vision for the rest of his life, that man's like, you know, second in command, whatever it is. If you are not hyping up that, if you are not his number one cheerleader, you are doing a disservice to that man. And I think that's really where women kind of trip themselves up, where this idea of being a cheerleader to a man is viewed as being condescending, anti-feminist, all of this stuff, where it really becomes a problem. Because one, Black men are dope, regardless of like socioeconomic.
It sure is.
Regardless of,
oh, now you like us. Now you like us.
I married one, so I did like y'all.
You marry one and trash the rest of them on YouTube.
Listen, I have never.
I'm gonna speak on what you're talking about, Naz. After you done.
Yeah, no problem. I got you. I've never trashed Black men ever on any platform at any point in time. I think Black men are super dope. I think Black men are the leading example of manhood. I think the Black men are like
the other light bright
fathers that exist.
What?
Because I
y'all don't like accountability either.
Hold on. This one right here. This one right here.
I have huge respect for Black men. I cannot wait to be married to a Black man. I cannot wait to have children for like the dopest Black man. Like I think like Black men are really, truly, genuinely like the creme of the crop, right? But if you are not the woman who is positioning yourself to support somebody in that fashion, you're doing yourself as a disservice. Whether it's you're picking the wrong person or you truly don't believe in that, you are doing yourself a disservice. And I think if more women were more honest in the way that they were vetting, and were more honest in the way that they were vetting with the men in their lives, I think this whole game would be at a very different, like, status perspective, whatever, however you want to position that, right? At the end of the day, you cannot position yourself as a wife without being a support system to the man that you are choosing. Whether you are putting your career first, whether you're putting family first, whatever it is that you are putting yourself first as, if you are not positioning yourself as a support system to the man who is leading everything, you are doing yourself a huge, huge, huge disservice. Modern relationship, traditional relationship, however it is that you want to place it, right? Because, like, there's no monolith for people. If you are not putting that man first and you are not putting yourself as a support system to him, none of this makes sense. None of it. Not family, not relationship, not community, not career, nothing. Nothing makes sense if you are not putting that man first. That's it. Like, obviously God, but that man comes second. It is a very, very, very close second.
And I just want to clarify, yeah, when I was saying, when that man gets a whiff of you talking to someone and he's gonna put you in a box, I mean, like, in a sex only category, like, yeah, he says he's gonna put you in a sex only category, or he just walks away. And I was just trying to clarify that.
I wanted to hear Cruiser because he wanted to go next.
No, I just wanted to touch on the thing you were saying about a woman's job is to speak highly of her man or make him feel like he's that guy. I can agree with you a little bit on that, but if you are a real alpha male, you are already going to go into that relationship knowing you are that guy. Knowing you are that guy, knowing you are that man, that alpha male, just that energy that you're going to be giving off around another alpha female, she's going to automatically give you that support. You're not going to have to make her
he
do
said
anything.
it, TM.
You're not going to have to make her do anything because you're going to give off that aurora that you are that nigga. So you shouldn't have to go into no relationship looking for a female to give you that validation. You should already come into that relationship knowing you are that nigga. I am that shit. I'm very confident in myself. So every relationship I go into, okay, I got you. I'll go ahead, speak, sweet. Go ahead, sweet love.
You guys, we're gonna start wrapping it up.
It is getting late.
Cruiser.
Nah.
We gotta give you the online YouTube basics for me. You said a word like men don't use that word. Oh my goodness.
So it's okay. I'm okay with it. As a woman, I will validate it. I just want one quick question. So, Cruiser, as a man who feels like he's that guy, how much more fulfilling, how much more motivating, how much more pushing, how much more, whatever adjective you want to add, is it to be with a woman who, like, totally supports you in what it is that you do versus a woman who's willing to give you pushback on what it is, on the way it is that you move?
Being the alpha male that I am, and the way that I respect Black women, all women, if I'm in a relationship and I know I'm doing what I'm supposed to do as a man, and a female is giving me some type of a pushback, she's in a relationship for the wrong damn reason. Because if I'm doing what I'm supposed to do as a man, it shouldn't be no pushback. That's why I date for so long. That's why I talk to women that I'm interested in for so long, because women change. So you want to see how their mannerisms are going to change before you take it to that next step, because a lot of women can put on as they are an alpha male, an alpha female, and they're submissive and stuff like that. But when you get into a relationship, their whole demeanor change, their whole goal change. It's hard. It's harder for guys to find wives these days. I'm not trying to get off a subject, but it's harder for guys to find a wife these days because the narrative has changed so much that women are going into marriage looking for what they can get than what they can actually provide for.
So
So
I'm gonna ask
one question real quick.
Pass it right to you. So I'm going to say this as respectfully as I can, and I do genuinely, because I have a lot of respect for Cruiser. I'm going to say this very respectfully. You did not, in any shape or form, answer the question that I asked.
You just asking about which one.
So
listen. I like a woman that'll push back a little bit.
No, so I'm gonna re-ask my question.
Okay, ask it again.
How much more fulfilling is the role that you feel obligated to when a woman is supportive of your role that you want to take naturally?
I love a woman that supports, but I also love a woman that have her own opinion as well. I like a woman that supports more than somebody that's going to fuss and push back, if that's what your question is. But I also like a woman that's going to put her part in also, if it makes sense.
Can you, for clarity's sake, define what you mean by alpha female? Because I think you might have confused some of the men in the chat.
I'm infuriated.
With the terminology.
I'm not confused. I'm incensed.
Nah, maybe
I get what I get what you're saying. Like you asking how much more fulfilling is it? It's very fulfilling to have a woman that's gonna have your back, that's gonna support everything that you do, any goals that you have, any dreams that you have. She's gonna be right there with you, even if you fail. She's still gonna be right there with you. That's the ultimate fulfillment. But like I said, I don't want a yes woman. I still want that alpha female. I still want that woman that's gonna, because a lot of times us men, we make mistakes. We don't know what, you know what I'm saying? We might be having a dream, we might have goals, we may do things, and we see it a certain way, but like they say, two heads is better than one. So I mean, I like a little pushback, but I do like the woman that also.
Listen, why are y'all look?
Hold on, Shantae, hold on. I was asking him a question. I didn't get an answer yet. I was trying to get clarity. He might not know what I was asking. Cruiser, when you said alpha female, I was trying to figure out what the definition. Like, can you describe it or some of the character traits or?
Oh, okay, alpha female. Okay, you got a beta female. You got the beta females that's gonna let you do whatever the fuck you want to do. They're still gonna be there. They're gonna love you. They just want you. They don't really give a fuck about what you do, long as you don't leave them. But you got that alpha female that's gonna let you know, like, hey, this is not that, like, you're not finna play with me like that. I'm gonna be submissive to you, but you still not finna disrespect me. You're not finna play me like that. Because it's a lot of beta females that's out here that's gonna stick around a dude that's gonna get their ass whooped by men and still be with them. Those are beta females.
No.
What's the difference between a masculine woman and an alpha female?
This needs to be a back check, because I'm going to do a lot of.
So I think So what are you guys? So what are you guys saying that he? Okay, so I think that they just have a problem with your definition.
Let me clarify. There is no such thing as an alpha woman. There can be a such thing as alpha woman.
What happened to Simp Marcus Jackson? I mean,
where he go? Hold on. Change my name.
But there is no such thing as an alpha woman.
I gotta respect the brand. I'm not Marcus Simp Jackson right now, so change me back to Marcus.
Go ahead, Mike.
Well, you're right.
He said on this particular one.
It shouldn't be a such thing as you should reword that. It shouldn't be a such thing as alpha female. But nowadays,
there's no such
thing. But nowadays, the way the world is going now, these women have no choice but to be alpha females.
No,
there's no.
Hold on.
What's the difference between an alpha female and a masculine woman?
No. Hang on. I got a better question for you, Money, Marriage, and Media. What's the difference between a alpha female and a matriarch of the family? That is genuinely, I think, the question that women want to understand.
Whoa. Okay. So, oh, I'm sorry. You asked money, marriage, and me.
You asking me?
No, I'm asking all of the gentlemen. I was just rephrasing the question that
first
money,
off,
marriage, media
I
asked.
think we need to. All right. Men actually cause this because we like to use the term alpha male. There's no such thing as an alpha male. There's no such thing as an alpha female. What does exist is alpha, and alpha will always be male. It does not matter if somehow somebody created some Russian dust that somehow knocked out all men because it sniffed out XY genes only. If one man is alive to challenge that alpha female, so to speak, she is no longer alpha. Alpha will always be male because if a woman is in that position, she's food. The best male, the best alpha female that you're talking about is the average man.
Wouldn't that be the case though with any man? When you put two alpha males together, one is gonna out alpha the other one?
Well, this is why alphas exist in groups. My tribe, your tribe, my pride, your pride. So alpha among groups. So in a situation, you could say, yes, at some point you're going to have to pick a chief, but you're still, or a top G, but you still the G amongst your people. That's why people usually go to their own tribe, right?
So, quick question. This is just for clarity. If a woman is alpha in her female group, is that a such thing?
So
no,
because if you're saying if it's within tribe, in a female tribe, you're always going to have maybe one woman, just like you, like a hierarchy of women.
This is where the breakdown of words becomes important, because I think this is where the definition of alpha female gets construed. If we want to break it down, alpha is supposed to be the top of the hierarchy. Female is supposed to be synonymous with femininity. So I'm still trying to understand why is the definition of alpha female not the most feminine woman?
That is the definition. I'm just trying to figure out.
That other definition for me is just a masculine woman. So I don't.
No, that's why I said. Remember, I said there's no such thing as an alpha woman. There can be alphas woman. Remember, that woman that gets to be with the top dog, she actually has the most responsibility of any type of woman.
So I will let me lay this ground out, because I think men and women have a very different perspective on this. The alpha woman is the matriarch of the family. Whether that's your grandma, whether that's your mother, regardless of the nature of your family tree, that is the woman who has the utmost status in the extended family dynamic. That is the alpha woman.
That's alpha's woman.
So yes, you are correct, right? It is the alpha's woman, but in terms of like the grand scheme of things, she still ranks higher than some of the men in the family tree. And that's where some women misconstrue that role to view it as being more masculine than it should be. Right? I think that's where the wires start to get crossed. The woman's role in that dynamic of being the matriarch of the extended family tree that comes below her is to mitigate, manage the women that come below her hierarchy. But what's happening with the dropping testosterone rates, with certain men not fulfilling their roles as men, whether it's like confidence, capabilities, whatever it is that it's creating this dynamic where women are being taught that if you are not the quote unquote independent Black woman, you're leaving yourself susceptible to narcissism, being controlled, whatever it is. However, some women choose to define those roles, right? That now the idea of the matriarch has become an alpha role, not the alpha of the man, but an alpha in and of itself. Mm-hmm. I think this idea that some of these younger men not being able to maintain the certain level of masculinity that traditional men have been able to maintain over millennia, that has changed the dynamic of the woman who falls under the alpha. Right? that's where now we're having this power struggle in our generations, where women are becoming independent, where women are fighting the masculinity of men, where feminism has become like this giant political force, because men are not the men that have existed. Women are also taught not to be the women that women have existed. It's a two-pronged problem that women are now trying to bridge that gap, when traditionally it has been men that have tried to bridge that gap.
Damn, we lost Cruiser. He know he started something. Bring your ass back up here, Cruiser. You started something with that alpha work.
Y'all
No,
got mad.
no, it's not about being mad. It's about teaching.
You got to make some clarifications.
See, the issue with this is that it brings a false sense of power to women, because I don't like that, because I don't want my daughter. This is, if y'all want to know what I'm doing on YouTube, I'm afraid that my daughter is going to pick up these extremely bad habits and ideologies of the modern B-dub. Like, I'm really afraid, because you're looking at it the wrong way. You see what I'm saying? Most women strive. If you understood the actual power dynamic that lives outside of the social construct that we built, that is the strongest woman. The woman that knows she needs to align herself with power, not try to be power herself. That's actually the strongest woman there is. You see what I'm saying? Because
I think the part of the issue is just in general, and I know it's in a man's nature to want power, want control, things like that. But I mean, just for me in general, I don't subscribe to the whole alpha, beta, nothing. I just think a lot of times we try to put labels on stuff that's really just the human experience in general, in terms of the way males may behave.
Women literally naturally create that hierarchy themselves.
No, what I'm saying is that when we do that, like when we say alpha or we say beta, we're pigeonholing men into a specific way as to the way a man should be. And in regards to that, to me, that limits the variance that men express their masculinity. Like, we're trying to look at it as a social construct and say this is the way all men should be to be a man, right? But if you have any men that may deviate from that, now they're beta, but that doesn't make them any less masculine.
This is actually important. This is actually important to know. Hold on real quick. This is actually important to know. Only modern people have made beta a bad thing. Listen to me right now. This is actually this is what you call a born alpha. I'm a born alpha. The shit is stressful as fuck to me. The person that I was not only raised to be as the first person to I'm the first person with my last name born in America. I was prophesized by my village in Nigeria to do all this shit, right? That while I was here from my family back home. People pray for me back there. They send me prayers in the prayer group on Instagram. I had to put them in the block box, right? So what it means is that people push me to the front in everything I do, to the point where I no longer feel comfortable if I'm not in command. I get married. My father-in-law praises me, right? To say, you are the future. I will let you lead that stuff makes me sick to my stomach, the amount of pressure it puts on me, to the point where I say, I'll look at someone who doesn't have these responsibilities, i.e. a beta male, and say, I'm envious of you, because I have the pressure to perform at 100% in everything I do. And so it's not necessarily a thing where alpha is the big dog on campus. He literally works the hardest. He has the most expectations on him. And being a beta is not a bad thing. It's literally just having the freedom to be the average man. William, the royal family, is the alpha. He's pushed. You could see it on his face at every meeting. He is miserable. His brother gets to do whatever the fuck he wants to do. He's jealous of him. And his brother's the beta.
So in that regard, I would think that the brother is the alpha, because he's not tied to all the rules, and the other guy is living his life the way that he wants to. And I thought that that's what alphas do. They make their rules, they set the course.
Hold on, let me get this.
Wait, hold on. They make the rules, they set the course for their lives the way that they
not
see
what
fit.
alphas do. So this person said, Trigger Mike, you're not an alpha, you're a sigma. That is absolutely 100% incorrect. I am an alpha. Sigma males are loners. Sigma males are the lone wolves. They can exist in a dominant capacity that resembles alpha outside of the group. The reason why I identify as an alpha, and that's why I gave you that story, all of my accolades and everything I accomplish has to be tied to the betterment of the group. I cannot excommunicate myself from my family. When my siblings need money, my mom is the first one to call. I'm the first one they call. When my brother needs a down payment on his I'm the first one. Everything I do is tied to that group. So therefore, I'm an alpha by default. Sigmas get to be the lone wolf, get to put off, I ain't fucking with none of y'all, and he's just out here. That's a sigma male. So this guy is incorrect. That's what a sigma male is.
You know what? I'm just, my only complaint about that is that to me, I don't care about, you can be alpha, beta, sigma, whatever. Are you the leader that you're supposed to be in your own home? Because the rest of that stuff is just like, okay, are you leading your household to where it's supposed to go?
I'll even make this assertion real quick. Betas are probably the best fathers in America. They're the ones that spend time with their kids. Alphas ain't got time for none of that shit. Alphas are the people who are doing things for the betterment of society to where they're doing it at such a high rate they neglect their own children.
So I want to jump in here because Black Lexicon asked about how it is I know so much about conversation, right? So as the firstborn, regardless of the fact that I'm female, as the firstborn of a very traditional household, I have been bred to be a wife from like the age of like, I don't know, 6, 7, before I was double digits, right? Like that wifey training that men talk about, like that has been instilled in me through and through from prepubescent age.
You were doing dishes standing on a stool, right?
1000%. I didn't even get the stool. We didn't have stools when I was coming up. Right?
Don't be mad.
Yeah, I'm jealous of the girls that have stools. We had to be up on our tippy toes. You know what I mean? So here's the thing, right? Is like, as much as there is a responsibility on the men, there's a responsibility for the woman who is the second, the matriarch in training, right? There's an equal amount of responsibility that is also very different. As much as the responsibilities of a woman are significantly different than the responsibilities of a man, there is still the installation of values on the up and coming matriarch to understand what it is that she needs to be as a support system to continue the legacy of family, the values of family, regardless of religion, regardless of the era that you live in, regardless of like time standing, right? So I think this idea that women are like these, as Mr. Lecco would say, these helpless children that don't understand how to navigate society really needs to be thrown away, because that's not the reality of the majority of women. The majority of women are taught this is what it means to be a wife. This is what it means to lead a household. This is what it means to, like, once you have sons, what it means to like instill these values, right? Because if you are the Trigger Mikes of the world, who are the type of men who are going to go out there and collect the resources that they need to, whether you are a participant in that or not, there is still a responsibility as a woman to instill the values of the leader that you have chosen into your nuclear family. We cannot forget the importance and the value of that. That's why these single parent households are such a freaking problem, because there is no man who is dictating what the values of this household is. So this woman is dictating these values on her own free will. And that's not worked. So let's not pretend that a woman who is reinstilling the values of the man that she's chosen to lead is not an important pillar of society. We cannot pretend that the woman who is next to her alpha is not an important part to the hierarchy of the way the society works. The eldest daughter who is going into marriage with should be a stereotypically eldest son, right? That does not create a dynamic for all of the siblings on both sides of the family. We can't pretend like these things are not important in society, because if we do that, we start to devalue what it is that a woman is there for. And then we get into the conversation of women are only as valuable as their vaginas. Women have more inherent value than just their vaginas, because if vaginas were really it, if we're going to be honest, if vaginas were really it, these men would be marrying these 304s. These men would be marrying the women who aesthetically look good, whose box stays wettest the longest, but they're not. They're looking for women who have the capacity and capability of receiving the values that man has and are able to transcribe it into the next generation. That's truly the value of a woman. The value of a woman is in the inability for that man's capability of being present at that moment. That doesn't mean he's absent altogether. In that moment, she's able to intermediate that role. That's her job. That's her value, is to say to the next generation, hey, your dad's not right here right now. Well, when he is, he's going to reiterate the exact same thing that I'm doing. And I'm saying, right? That's her job, is to be like, hey, listen, in your dad's absence for a temporary time, here are the things. I'm going to fill in those gaps. It's not about cooking. It's not about cleaning. It's not about doing dishes. Because if you're really that guy financially, you can offset those things. If you're not, then okay, your woman needs to pitch in. But this is not the value of a woman. The value of a woman is to be able to stand in as your substitute when you are not physically capable of being there. That's really the value of a woman. And if you're not choosing women based on that capability, I will say this, as much as the men say it about women, you're choosing the wrong woman.
Look at Shan.
She read
I woke up and I was still talking. Look, I love y'all.
Back chat.
Need that airplane emoji, huh?
Don't worry, y'all. We get it.
And the plane.
Listen, that hair was braided about 30 minutes ago, but I let y'all ride for 30 minutes. Please.
AP got his bonnet on. He trying to tell y'all something.
No, he did not.
AP done hit the chat, the back chat, the Instagram chat.
I've never seen a bonnet with a headset. Like what?
Like
That's crazy. That's crazy.
Hilarious. So you guys, thank you guys so much. Anybody have any last quick final thoughts?
Ladies, these men ain't shit. If you need to send me money so I can continue to say that they ain't shit, I'm gonna post my cash out. It's always the man's.
I don't know who was fun.
Marcus, you know the guests go first, right? So they could drop off, right?
See, that's the problem.
They may want to.
That's the alter ego talking right now. That's the guest. Did you guys, Baron and Money? Did you guys have anything that you would like to say? Close out.
Nah, it's 4 hours and y'all been doing this. I'm good. I'm good. We don't need to keep it going.
Okay. Anybody else wanted to
Ladies, protect your box.
Protect the box.
They're not gonna listen.
I know y'all ain't gonna listen worth a damn.
Shoot, I am. I'm the queen of just say no.
I'm not.
But no, in all Jesus Christ. No, in all seriousness.
married.
I saw me glowing last week.
I mean, you're married.
Right, you're right.
Let me single people.
You're right, Miss Taken. You're right. Hey, for all you single ladies, anyway, I'm gonna be nice. All you single ladies, protect your box. If you're looking to be married, protect your box. If you're not looking to be married, go ahead and throw it out there. It's up to you.
Speaking of,
throw it out there. I mean, there are health concerns that come with that. There are health concerns that come with that.
That's on them. They throwing it out there anyway.
Throw that ass in a circle.
Let's read this super chat before we go. The real Pookie, $5. Men determine who alphas are. Not your family, not your boss, not your career, not women. Trigger Mike, you are wrong.
I ain't wrong.
Okay, we cannot.
How you gonna be a leader if nobody's willing to follow you?
Right. Society
your community
determines.
If you were alpha.
So Trigger Mike, you can't be an alpha and be with your kids a lot, right?
No, you can. But what I'm saying is that
oh Lord,
the demands of the group are what you're tied to.
Just took back off again.
And now I said you can't be alpha.
I guess what my question was about if you have a bunch of alphas together in a room, if you're an alpha amongst your family or alpha, you said in society, when you put a bunch of alphas in a room, in that situation, what happens? Because I'm just comparing it to the animal kingdom, and I just need you to help.
It can be a tale of two extremes. It'll be a tale of two extremes. They either get along really well because they understand each other's plight, or they just butt heads. But if it's almost as if you go to a directors meeting and a bunch of directors in the room, talking. Everybody's trying to show their hubris. Everybody's trying to show their bravado. Just
that's my point. So which one becomes the alpha in that situation?
Trigger Mike, one of the things I've been trying to work on is not outshining the master. So I've purposely been trying to put myself in positions where take over. That's because I've had an issue with.
I broke that rule about 10 times in my career.
So that's The Art of War. If you haven't read it, definitely recommend. It is a fantastic read. And don't read the Cole's notes. Definitely go through the whole book. As a woman, I'm going to speak. This is a different vantage point. What happens when you get a bunch of alphas in a room is whether they realize it or not, subconsciously at least, create a hierarchy of alphas.
Yep, they do.
The same way that any organization has an org chart where you have your top, you have your other alphas, and then everybody else that goes under them, and then you have all these mini org charts that go under all those people. It's the same thing. You have your org chart of alphas.
So what she's basically saying is that
so the ones that real quick for clarification with what you're saying. So whoever's at the top of that chart is the alphas underneath. Now, do their position change to beta?
No. Because if nobody, the purpose of alpha in that word is that what you'll see in let's use the drug game, for example. If you got a dope boy that's really popping and he's now the distro, he's gonna try to become the connect. They all try to take out the top dog, right? So what I'm saying, if Lil Durk, Lil Baby and Gunna walked into a room with Jay-Z, when Jay-Z decided to stand up and start talking, they would all shut the fuck up. They're all rappers at the top of their game. They already know who top dog is. Right, so that's the effect. But when they go back to their own individual area, their own individual neighborhood, Jay-Z can't go there talking shit to them because he could be like, "Yo, you know where you at? This we not in Marcy Projects, dude, because you just came to another alpha's territory trying to disrespect them." That's what I'm saying.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
All right, you guys. Have a great. I have to get in there because these helpers start talking again. Have a great Memorial Day weekend. Thank you for hanging in there with us. We'll see you again next week, 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Thanks to our guests for joining us on the panel.
Wait, did you say 9 p.m.? Stop it.
9:30 p.m. 9:30. Especially for our men, 10 to 30. But we will see you next week. Thank you so much for joining us. Night, night.
Good night.
All right.
Night, 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 night.